He has a grandmother in Tooele. It sounds like he's quite close to her, and he has some apartments in mind that are very close to her place so that he can be close to her and have her support and also be there for her when she needs him. His plan is to work for the pilot company, specifically as a janitor and flying J. At some point, he'd like to go to California because he has children there. He will look into interstate compact, although that moving to California is not his immediate plan, but he down the road, that is something he's going to look into. So that's our recommendation at this time.
All right, thank you. Agent Baker, your recommendation response.
I would agree with the halfway house as long as he completes the entire program. When he released, he paroled right to Odyssey House, left almost immediately, and ran out to Tooele. And I don't recall that he ever actually came into our office, even after several attempts. So I would like the board to take that into consideration. But outside of that, halfway house, lockdown, yeah.
Anything else like that, Agent Baker?
Not at this time.
Mr. MacArthur, let's talk about why we're here. Tell me about your violations.
Yeah, I plead guilty to the absconding and leaving Odyssey. I just left Odyssey because I just felt like it wasn't for me. There was just a lot of stuff going on there. The bad sexual influence from the women there. The bath salt smoking in the bathrooms that my roommates were doing. And to tell the truth, that's not the biggest reasons why I left. I left because not only did I know that I couldn't do it and have bad influences, because my brother was out of prison and I haven't seen him in like 17 years face to face. So I just wanted to see my brother Kobe and see my grandma. I'm just gonna be like truthful to you. That's one of the biggest reasons why I left. And I was just trying to get into a different program. I got stuck in Tooele, and it was Wednesday night, and I just felt scared that if I even try to show up a day late to the APP office, I would go to prison. So I just didn't even report,
Yeah,
just 'cause I was scared to go back to prison. So
that didn't work out.
okay.
So, how were you arrested?
There was people sitting in North Temple. I was crossing through, and these people were trespassing, and I seen the cops ready to pull up. So I just went over there, and I told the police officer that I had warrants, and then they said if I was with the people, and I said yeah, sure, and then that's how I was stopped. And they looked up my warrants, and they said that I did have a warrant, and then they took me to county.
No, you don't have any new charges that are out there though that we're not aware of, right?
No, sir.
Just arrested on the warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any drug or alcohol use while you were out?
No. I did take Suboxone though when I was out there. I got a prescription for it.
You have a prescription for Suboxone?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Any gang involvement?
No, sir. I don't involve myself with my my last gang. I don't, I'm completely withdrawn from that kind of society.
All right. What do you mean you're the worst? Or you had prior gang involvement?
Well, they had it on record since El Paso, Texas, that saying I was Aryan Brotherhood, but I was just lying to them to like withdraw the attention somewhere else. But I was involved in being a Crip, so
Okay.
I just left that, left that gang a while back. And then at this prison, I told them I wasn't active and I wasn't, because I didn't want any involvement with them. So,
Okay. How's your mental health? Any history of like anxiety, depression, anything like that?
yes, sir. I got social anxiety, bipolar 2 depression, but I take my medications according to the doctor.
That was going to be my next question. So do you have a provider that can keep your medications current when you're out?
Yes, sir. I have a new future provider to
Okay.
give me the medications that I need.
All right. How's your physical health?
Um, it's doing better.
Okay. What do you mean better? Have you had issues?
Uh, just physical complications with my spine.
Okay.
I just take my pain medications and I don't take opiates for that pain. So
Are you able to work to get to where you need to, those kinds of things?
yes, yes, I am.
So Ms. Conyers kind of alluded to your plan. Initially go to a CCC for a drug program and then eventually get out towards Tooele with your grandma.
Uh, yes, sir. But once I complete the drug treatment program or the CCC program, what I'm trying to do is I might try to go back to California as soon as possible. I have a friend out there in Topanga where I can live with him because I want to sign the papers saying that I'm the father of my twins because I never signed any papers. I just want to be there for them. So,
All right. Have you looked into the interstate compact process?
yes, I have.
Okay. That's something you could start now. You don't need to wait. So as long as you got money on your books, you can start that now.
But don't I have to have an actual address and like a house and somebody to vouch for me to go? Or?
Yeah, in California you would.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. Anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
All right. Agent Baker, anything you'd like to add?
No.
Ms. Conyers?
Nope, nope, thank you.
All right, Mr. MacArthur, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1, 2, and 3. With that, I'll recommend your parole dated June 18, 2024 be revoked. What'll happen today is I'll write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will include Agent Baker's recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will review that report, then they'll make a decision on what they expect to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a few weeks for that notice to work its way back to you. So if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. The decision will be posted there before you receive it. So if they can check that and then let you know what happened, you won't be waiting around wondering what's going on. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything from anybody?
No, sir.
Okay. That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Jerry Miller, offender number 146665. Is that you, sir?
Yes,
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Guillen. Can you see each of them?
yes,
Mr. Miller, Agent Guillen, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
yes,
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yes, what we'd like to do is we are planning on denying, well, actually, let me just double check this. So it was our plan. Mr. Miller, I didn't tell you, the follow-up I have on our conversation now is that number 1 and 2 will not be filed. They're going to be technicals. I don't know if that changes how you wanted to handle these 2 allegations with denials. Do you need another minute to speak with me about that now that we have that update?
So they're just going to be technicals?
Yes, so they're not planning on filing those charges. That's the,
So which 2 are those?
so number 1 was the possession, basically the possession of the meth, and then number 2 is the paraphernalia, probably so the syringe.
Okay. And what about the technical of the burglary of a
Yeah,
dwelling?
that's
And
5.
then I think that's 5, and I also don't think they're filing that one, so it would
Okay.
be a technical as well.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about that further? I expect that, but they do want to proceed as technical violations, which means if you deny them, that they will want to have an evidentiary hearing on those 3 allegations.
No, I've actually, after our conversation on Monday, I've actually had time to think about everything. And I know how I like to do this. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to, but after further conversation and going back, I know how I like to do it. I like to, with the case action plan, that I like to admit to that because I relapsed. And the other 4, I like to plead no contest, and then I like to give an explanation, if that's all right.
Okay, pause there for a
Hang
second.
on 1 second.
Okay, sorry
You can
about that.
enter no contest, please, on 1, 2, 3, and 5, and a admission on number 4.
Yeah,
All right, Mr. Miller, we're going to take care of some formality things, and then I'll give you plenty of time to respond and provide an explanation, okay?
all right, thank you, sir.
Ms. Conyers, what is your recommendation?
And yes, and I know he does have an explanation about what happened and why he was in Ogden in the first place, and then what happened in this residence. So I'll let him give that information. He is asking for another opportunity at parole. He had been sober for 24 months before this relapse, and he had done so much treatment. So I know that he's disappointed that this happened. He does, if granted another opportunity at parole, he plans to live at his sister's house. She works for the VA hospital, and if she'll allow him to be back there, he'd like to go there. If he can't parole to his sister's house, he plans to do a halfway house and plans to work on his sobriety, as that seems to be his priority.
Actually, can I cut in? I don't mean to be
Do you
rude.
have updates?
Yeah,
Norman?
I thought about that, and I like to go to Valley Epic inpatient and do that because afterwards I want to utilize the fair credits voucher and go to a sober living because that I think would be best because I still want to go to school and I still want to follow through with my plans for the future. I did relapse. And I messed up, and I take accountability for that. But like my sisters helped me out. But I think right now this is a time for me to. It would be good for me to address my mental health issues, and that's what Valley Epic addresses. It's a dual diagnosis program, and I'd like to go to that inpatient and then utilize the fair credits voucher, which gives me 3 months for the sober living. And I filed for disability while I was in Odyssey House on November 22nd of 2023. And so I don't know how long. I know this kind of messed everything up, so I don't know what's going to happen with my disability, but I like to follow up and follow through with that because I've already had 3 spinal operations, and I do believe I'm probably getting ready to have my 4th because I'm showing signs, because after you've had a spinal operation, usually it's just a matter of time until you're going to need another one about every 10 years. But I would like to go to an inpatient. That's my plan. I've already wrote Valley Epic, and I'm going to go to the church on Sunday and talk to the transition, because I think Valley Epic would be a good thing it would help me with my mental health state and also address the substance abuse. And then, like I said, the Fair Credits voucher, I didn't utilize that with the Odyssey House because I needed spinal surgery for my lower back. So I went to my sister's house, and my sister's, this isn't her
Mr.
problem.
Miller, let me just pause you right there for a second and turn to Agent Guillen, and then I'll come back to you, okay?
All right, I apologize.
Oh, you're good. Nothing to apologize for. Agent Guillen, what's your recommendation, and then any response if you have any?
I like that recommendation of going to Valley Behavioral or a halfway house. I think that's what his prior agent was recommending anyways. So
Okay.
I do like that one. And he successfully complete the residential, including any aftercare.
I'm not asking for any additional time.
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Miller. So now that I've got all that stuff out of the way, it sounds like you've got kind of a plan formulated. Have you spoke with Valley? What's the status there?
Well, honestly, I just was able to get out of R&O, and
Okay.
this was something that after I spoke with the board attorney, that's why she was unaware, and I just kind of started thinking about things. And my sister, when I was talking to her when I first came back, she said that we'd just cross that path when it came closer. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized, my parents both passed away the last time I was down. And I think that's some things that I still need to address. And that's why I think Valley Epic would be the best for me. And so I did write them. I'm going to go to the transition through the church, and they will help me to get into there. And yeah, it's just started the process. I have to be honest with you. So.
Oh, that's fine. Tell me about the violations. What led up to those violations, and why are we here?
So what led to the violations was, so I was in a car accident, which led to the problems with my back. My attorney called me on the 19th and told me that when I first got hurt, that I went to the doctors and told the doctor that I thought I might have tweaked my back at work. So he told me that I messed up the lawsuit. Well, I had high expectations thinking that I was going to get this lawsuit and everything, and I hit 0 state. And so I was so upset and disappointed that I chose to use drugs. At that time, I was ashamed and I didn't want to go back home. And a girl that I met, and which was the girl who lived up in Ogden, contacted me, and I told her, I said, I needed somewhere to go to get away from my family because I couldn't go home because my sister probably would have kicked my ass, excuse my language. And so she told me I could come up there for the weekend. So I went up there for the weekend, and I stayed up there, and that's where I was at. Now, I had no clue at the time that a homicide happened there. I didn't find out until the cop actually stopped us when we were leaving to walk to the market. At that time, when the cop stopped us from leaving the house, is when he detained me, and he said, "Hey, did you know that a homicide happened here?" And I said, "No, I just came up here." And that was the girl's residence was on her ID. Now, here's the thing is, there was no crime scene tape up there because I went in and out of every door. So, and I didn't see no crime scene tape. Mind you, there might have been crime scene tape up there before I got there. And so I was unaware of that. And so that's why I plead no contest to that. But ignorance isn't an excuse. I knew it was a flop house. I got high up there while I was there. And so I shouldn't have been there. It was just like the agent Whitehair told me that when she was going through my bag, she said, you know, you should have your head laying on your pillow right now. You shouldn't be up here. And she was right.
What did you relapse on?
Meth.
And how frequently were you using?
That was the first weekend in over 26 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I was being UA'd by the inpatient, the outpatient on a regular basis. And Jeff with UA, he didn't UA me a lot because he was getting the UAs back from the inpatient and the outpatient. So, but I never gave a dirty UA.
Okay. No gang involvement, correct?
No. I don't, no gang involvement. I'm not a gang member, not at all.
How's your mental health? You've kind of said you've got some things you need to work on. Any diagnosis of anything?
Yeah, I have diagnosis, anxiety, ADHD, bipolar 2, antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. Are you on medications?
I take Topamax, Clotidine, gabapentin, and when I'm on the street, I use cannabis, and I use Adderall, and
Okay.
that's what I usually use.
Do you have your medical card?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. All right. So what would your backup plan be if, say, for some reason you can't get into Valley? Do you have a backup plan?
I'd probably just go back to Odyssey House.
Okay.
Because it's really not hard to get into Odyssey House. They have so many. I really would like to go to an inpatient because the voucher for the fair credits is the ultimate goal because I need that sober living, and I wasn't able to use it last time, and that's going to help me get on my feet more than anything. I've done the halfway houses before, but I'm not able to work right now, and I have a hard time paying the money.
Fees.
Yeah, and I know it's only $6 a day, but I don't know if I could get that. So that's why that's what I like to do.
Okay. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I mean if you guys are good with that, I'm good with that.
Okay. Hey, did you gain anything like that?
No.
Ms.
Oh,
Conyers?
by the way, it's
No,
nice to
thank
meet you, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers.
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Miller, what I'll do today is I'll accept your no contest pleas to allegations 1, 2, 3, and 5. I'll accept your admission to allegation 4. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of October 10th, 2023 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect. I write a report. That report will include Ms. Conyers' recommendation as well as Agent Guillen's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a few weeks for that notice to work its way back to you. So if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. And then they can let you know what the decision is so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right, I appreciate that. You guys have a good day.
Anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Davey Person, offender number 165939. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Sessions. Can you see each of them?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Person, Agent Sessions, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Person. I saw you nod
Yes.
your head, but I didn't hear it. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Person, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
So what we'd like to do, Mr. Person, your case has now been filed. There is a case number. So what I'm recommending at this time is that we enter denials and make a motion to continue for 60 days so that you can have time to handle that felony case in the court system. And then once that is resolved, you'll need to write the board and let them know, and then we'll get you back on the calendar.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense? Any questions?
No, so you're just gonna push it out 60 days for me to get this thing taken care of?
Yes, but that 60 days, it's not like it'll automatically reappear on the calendar. You need to let the board know once you're done with court, and then they'll put it back on the calendars. That 60 days is more just a holding, just for a review to make sure that no one drops the ball on your case.
Okay.
Okay.
Agent Sessions, you okay with the continuance?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, that sounds good.
Awesome. Mr. Person, any questions? I know this is probably a little bit of a surprise to you that the charges were filed because they were just filed yesterday, so it's pretty new to everybody.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay. So what I'll do today is I'll enter denials just simply as a placeholder and recommend a continuance. That next hearing in 60 days will be by paper. So you
Okay.
won't actually appear for us. That'll be somebody going in to see if your case has been resolved. So that's why Ms. Conyers says to write us once your case is resolved. And then that way we can get you back on an actual calendar sooner than later.
Okay.
Okay. And then just, would somebody be willing to reach out to the court to let them know that Mr. Person is incarcerated so that he just doesn't sit out there with that warrant and nothing happens?
Yeah. I'll watch that case number. Actually, I'll have my assistant get in touch with them right now and let them know.
Okay. And then Mr. Person will get a court date scheduled for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions from anybody?
No.
No,
All right. That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
thank you.
On record. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Timothy Robertson, offender number 197141. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, is it Robertson or Roberson?
Robertson, sir.
Robertson, okay. Mr. Robertson, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Proctor. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. I'll be taking some testimony from you as well as from Agent Proctor. If each of you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
Yes, sir.
Do each of you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Robertson, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir, I have.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, yes, sir, I did.
All right. Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Ms. Conyers, before we get started, did you receive the email that I sent you regarding Mr. Robertson?
No, I did not. Sorry, I wasn't
So,
looking.
and Agent Proctor, you may not be aware either. It looks like they actually just posted the order from yesterday's hearing.
I just looked now and I was gonna try to get a better understanding of it. So it seems like everything's motion to dismiss without prejudice.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. The state was unable to proceed, and so they just granted a motion to dismiss without prejudice.
Okay.
So that brings us to where we're at today. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
We would enter denials and ask to strike the allegations.
Agent Proctor, is the state willing to strike them, or would you like an evidentiary hearing?
I'm fine with it.
Fine with striking?
Striking them, yeah.
Okay. With that, Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
Yes, with that, with the, if the allegations are stricken, he should be released immediately and reinstated on parole. And that's my recommendation.
All right. Agent Proctor, any
The only
objection?
thing I want to add is that while he's out, he doesn't have contact with her for a while, since it seems like they tend to have a bit of drama between them.
And if I may say something, sir, that is my total goal. And they just opened up a new halfway house. I'm just throwing some stuff out for y'all to.
Yeah, just one second.
Okay.
The female Ms.
Oh, yeah,
Duran,
sorry.
her last name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's her first initial? Maria.
That's what I'm trying to get.
Looks like, is it Maria, Mr. Robertson?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
Maria Elena Duran.
That's what I got, yeah.
All right. Anything else, Agent Proctor?
He was talking about a halfway house. I'm actually kind of curious about hearing what he has to say about that, because that sounds like it would be a good avenue, because he's not going to have a home to be released to.
Okay. And that was going to be my question to you, Mr. Robertson, is what's your plan?
Sir, while I've been in here, I've been thinking over some things, and they just opened up a new halfway house, and that gives us the distance, and I am totally on board with the no contact or anything. You know what I'm saying? I just want to finish my parole. You know, just like me and Agent Proctor, you know, even though I know he hadn't been on my case long, and there were certain issues that he didn't know about the case, that I had been going through, or like my medical thing, that as far as my financial things, why I had went without a job for a little bit, but that would put the distance in between me and her, so that we would have no contact. And then the other plan that me and Agent Proctor had talked about, as far as the CDL, I've already started that, and then plus I'm in the Stride program where we are going to where they're supposed to start that also in there. So those are the goals that I have set before me and that I am working on now, Agent Proctor. So yeah, most definitely everything you said, that's what we're already working on.
Right. Any follow-up, Agent Proctor?
No, I'm in support of this plan. I'm assuming he's talking about Tremonton Halfway House down in Utah County. I think that it would be a good area, because it could provide him a chance of getting stability as well. Because while up here in Salt Lake, prior to the incident, he did fairly well. The biggest struggle being maintaining a residence. Going to a halfway house, whether it's for transition or stabilization, might be a good move for him to get himself taken care of and save up money so he can get himself into a better living situation.
Okay. And Mr. Robertson, I'll just be frank. I don't know. I can't specifically recommend that you go to a certain halfway house. I think it's based on availability. So I can't promise you that you'd end up in Utah County.
Sir, whichever one I'm in, I've done well in Fortitude also, what I have successfully completed every time that I've been there. Not bragging about the times that I've been there or nothing, sir, so don't get me wrong there. But I've successfully completed there. So whichever one that y'all see fit, or whichever one I'm going to, I will successfully complete it.
Okay. Perfect. Anything from anybody?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. What I'll do today, Mr. Robertson, is I'll take your denials to each of the allegations and I'll submit this to the board. It'll have Ms. Connor's recommendations to reinstate parole as well as Agent Proctor's stipulated motion to reinstate parole. We'll see how the board wants to proceed. They may go with that. They could always say, no, they want an evidentiary hearing, and we'll just have to move forward and see from there. Hopefully
Yes,
you'll
sir.
have a decision here shortly, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank
Anything
you
from
very
anybody?
much.
Nope.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Is
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Emelio Hasy, offender number 225526. Is that you, sir?
yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Roberts. Can you see each of them?
Yeah, I can see them.
Okay. Mr. Hasy, Agent Roberts, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hasy, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Say it again.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, he'll admit to both of the allegations.
Your recommendation?
Yes, he is asking for an early termination. When asked, Mr. Hasy did say that he would take another parole, but his preference is for an early termination. If he does get another parole, or maybe regardless, he'd like to do a program through Medicaid. So currently he is eligible for Medicaid. And he'd like to do his program through the First Step House. He couldn't do First Step House or a program before because he was doing the PVP program, and that was for 90 days. He thinks he can get a job. He sounds pretty employable doing general labor. He also wants to pursue voc rehab licenses or a trade school. So that will be a good opportunity for him. While he's been in custody, he has been making really good use of his time. He is in the SOLID program. He's also been trying to take the SLIC classes, the community college classes, while he's been in custody. So he will continue to make good use of his time, and then hopefully an early termination if the board thinks that's a good resolution.
Thank you.
And I haven't came back with any new charges, so
Give me just
Oh,
one
great.
second,
And
Mr.
no new
Hasy.
charges.
Come back to you.
Thanks.
Agent Roberts, your response recommendation?
So I'm trying to see, because I looked up in court exchange, it looks like in July of 24, you did have an intoxication and a providing peace officer false personal info, both class Cs. But given that he's on his 5th parole, we would be open to the idea of a termination. If the board does not go for the termination, I would say I'm glad that he's in the SOLID program. I was going to recommend that he complete a substance abuse treatment program while in prison, because he's, like I said, that was his 5th parole. His first parole was back in 2019, and he hasn't done programming or anything like that. Hasn't completed this last parole. He didn't complete anything. So I would recommend, if they don't go for the term, his parole be contingent on completing the SOLID program.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
I don't know. How long is the SOLID program?
I'm not sure.
Do you know, Hasky?
I think it's 6 months.
Is
I
it?
think it is.
I'd say, given this 5th
Two,
parole,
yeah.
I would say, I would say a year in prison.
Okay.
Complete SOLID, and then he can have another chance at parole if they don't go for the termination.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hasky, let's talk about the violations, what led to them, and we'll work our way forward.
Okay.
So why'd you abscond?
I just got, I don't know.
You're the only one who does.
I know. I just decided not to go back, I guess, to the halfway house.
Okay. How long were you a fugitive?
See, a few months.
All right. So you were arrested?
Yeah. Yes.
Looks like you were arrested on those charges that Agent Roberts talked about, an intoxication and providing false info.
I don't remember that.
Okay. What do you remember of your arrest?
Just waking up in jail.
Waking up in jail?
Mhm.
Where were you at during the months you were a fugitive?
Living on the street.
Were you using drugs or alcohol?
Not drugs, but I was drinking.
Okay, how frequently?
Not every day. I didn't have no money.
Okay, so drinking whenever you had money?
Sometimes not. Well, I had to eat.
Okay. Were you in, so it sounds like it's pretty safe to assume that you may have been intoxicated when you were arrested if you don't remember anything but waking up in jail.
Yes.
Okay. Agent Roberts, would you mind reaching into that court and letting them know that he's incarcerated currently?
Yes, I
Just to
will.
see just to see if we can get a court date scheduled and get that stuff resolved prior to any kind of release.
Yep.
Then he won't get released and have a warrant out there and end up right back where he's at.
I'm actually surprised that they haven't gone to a warrant yet. It just,
Yeah, it looks like it was just filed and left alone.
yeah, but I'll reach out for sure.
Mr. Hasky, any mental health concerns?
So
Any
what does that mean then? There's charges?
Yeah, so you have right now, you've got 2 pending charges.
When I went to jail, I had the paper and there's no charges on it.
Yeah, right now you've got a pending intoxication.
Yeah, there was like nothing because usually when they do, they put it on that paper when you go to jail.
Yeah,
I just had that board warrant. That was it.
They've been added afterwards. So, an intoxication and providing false info.
That doesn't make sense. Do they can do that right after? I thought they do that when you get charged.
I mean, they could, but they could refer it to the attorney and then the attorney's office adds it, so.
That doesn't make sense.
Any history of like anxiety, depression, mental health concerns?
Anxiety?
Okay. Are you on medications?
No.
How's your physical health?
It's good. It's
Okay.
been doing good.
Nothing that keeps you from being able to work or get to where you need to go?
No.
Okay.
So
Then it sounds like you want to go to the First Step program.
yes,
What do you know about that program?
I heard it's 3 months. You do it for 3 months and it's pretty good. And then you live in a place where people try to get help with their substance abuse problem. It's good. I heard it was pretty good.
Have you reached out to them?
Not yet. I just got to figure this part out first and go from there. I can go get the information and try to call them myself and set up stuff, but I got to figure out this part first, see what you guys are going to do. Well, that was my plan. I want to do that. I still want to do that. I am going to do that when I get out.
Okay. And tell me about the write-up you had for having brew.
Right up.
Yep. About a month ago for there was brew in your cell.
Not much. I just made it.
What was the consequence for that?
Consequence of write up. I got a write up.
Did you get a fine? Did you get PI time?
PI.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I speaking too loud in that?
Nope, not at all.
Because it sounds like. Never mind. Go ahead.
All right, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
What?
Is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I think that's everything because I'm trying to get employment in here and I gotta wait though, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I think you covered everything. But I don't get the charges thing, but am I supposed to go see them?
Well, yeah, Agent Roberts will work on getting a court date scheduled for you. It'll probably be by video, so you can get that stuff resolved.
So I won't get a date until that's resolved or
No, not necessarily.
What do you mean?
I mean, your date may be far enough out that they're able to resolve that while you're still in.
So I won't, what I'm asking is, you won't make your decision until I'm done with those charges?
No, the board will review this report and make a decision today on what they want to do. And the board may say, let's do a termination and have him serve. I'm just going to throw a number out. Let's say they say, let's have him serve a year and then we'll terminate him. During that time that you're there, you'll have your court hearing and get that other case resolved.
Okay.
So that's kind of the hope.
Because I hear different things, you know.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
someone has a
I can't guarantee it. The board could also say, no, we want him to resolve those charges before we make any decision. They could go either way.
Yeah, I didn't know I was charged with anything because they
Yeah.
haven't said nothing until like now, like
Yeah.
today.
It's
I mean,
common.
I should at least got a
You-
warning or something in the mail or before
Well,
this.
they probably don't know you're in prison. And so that's why Roberts is going to reach out to him so that they know. Right now, they've just filed it and nothing else has happened to it. There's no warrant, there's not anything.
Where you had a board warrant, it's very common for PDs to just book on the board warrant and then file charges after the fact and not worry about the charges at the time of booking because the board warrant will hold you.
There you go.
Oh, that doesn't make sense.
So, all right. Any questions from anybody? No? All right. Okay. Anything?
Oh, when can I expect to, do I get a notice in the mail or do I just,
Yeah.
a court date pops up?
So what'll happen is like I said, I'll route my report to the board members. They'll make a decision. It could take a couple of weeks for that decision to work its way back to you. But if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week.
You're kind of breaking up.
So the board will make a decision and it could take a couple of weeks for that decision to get back to you. But if you have contact with anybody on the outside, they can check the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted there then, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering, okay?
Okay,
All right, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
thank you. So am I good?
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Andrew Martinez, offender number 248964. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing. On the monitor there, you should see Agent Roothoff, and I know you've been speaking with Ms. Conyers. Can you see each of them?
Yeah. Yes.
I'll be taking some testimony from you as well as from Agent Roothoff. If each of you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Martinez, Agent Roothoff, do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
you swear your information will be accurate?
Yes.
All right. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
All right, and I know you just had an opportunity to speak with your attorney. Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed? I know that you guys were having a conversation off record. Now that we're on record, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, we did. What we'd like to do is charges should be filed soon, so we're going to enter denials at this time and make a motion to continue for 90 days with the instruction that if it takes more or less than that, to basically let the board know once he's finished with those charges, and then we'll get him back on the calendar.
All right. Agent Roothoff, your response and recommendation?
We'd agree with that. We do anticipate that charges will be sent to the AUSA quickly.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, I know this probably, I believe this is probably the first you're hearing about this. So what we'll do today is I'm going to take denials on each of the allegations simply as a placeholder so that things don't fall through the cracks. And then we'll set a paper review in about 90 days. So what that means is a staff member here at the board will be tracking your case. And in 90 days, they'll go in and check and see what the status of that case is. If you get your case resolved before 90 days, write us a letter so that we can get you back on the calendar sooner than later, okay?
Okay.
Any questions about anything?
No.
Okay. Anything from anybody? All right, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Nathan Posy, offender number 127954. Is that you, sir? Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Barney, but before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, I saw you were speaking with Miss Conyers. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet? Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I do want to take note of a pending case. It's case number 2419-09805, theft, firearm, or operable motor vehicle, second-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 1 on the warrant. Failed to stop or respond at command of police, third-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 2. Failed to stop at command of law enforcement, class A misdemeanor, and use or possession drug paraphernalia, class B misdemeanor. You have a scheduling conference set for September 27th. Currently, we do have 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
He is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. I think what Mr. Posy is hoping will happen is that we can pass numbers 1 and 2, and then after the hearing, either on Friday or Monday, that you can enter admissions to the same of how he's handling this case on Friday. He is incredibly confident that he will not only be pleading, but that he will be sentenced on Friday. So he doesn't want to have to let the board know and then get on the calendar, because he knows that that means he probably won't get back on the calendar for a month. So he's hoping that you will wait and then look at the calendar and see what the docket and see what happens on 1 and 2. And then on number 3, once he's handled this case, he can enter a no contest on 3 and 4 as well. Is that possible that we can handle it this way?
Yeah, I can check in on Monday and see what the
Okay.
outcome is. My only concern is this is down in, this is here in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
It depends on how long it takes them to update, but they're usually
They should
pretty
update
fast.
pretty quick. So that's what we'd ask, is just to, whatever happens in court, to treat numbers 1 and 2 the exact same way, and then to enter no contest on 3 and 4, and then move forward today. Is
Okay,
that right, Mr. Posy? Is that what you want to do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Posey, just so you're aware, if the pleas are entered on Monday and for some reason, if you plead to a different charge or a lesser charge and sentencing is set down the road, your hearing is going to be continued because the board won't make a decision until this case is done. So just be aware of that. If this isn't closed on Monday, the board will most likely continue this. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. AP&P, is there anything that you want to add about what Ms. Conyers requested on behalf of her client? Oh, you're muted.
Nope, that sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. All right, Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
And I'm actually going to let Mr. Posey speak for himself. This was his 5th attempt at parole, and he has been in custody for 2 months. I know he's anxious to get released just as soon as possible and to have another opportunity at parole. I'm going to let him tell you the details about that.
Okay, Mr. Posey, based off of, at this point, your no contest pleas allegations 3 and 4, and then this new pending case, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your May 14th, 2024 parole date. AP&P, I'll turn it over to you.
So Posey got out. He seemed to be doing pretty good. We had an issue with treatment center at first, but then he did get started with Pater and didn't quite follow through before this new charge hit.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation on behalf of AP&P at this point?
No, not at this point.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I guess we'll redo this after the charges have been, or the case is closed or whatever, right?
Well, that's what Ms. Conyers asked, is to wait to see the outcome of 1 and 2. If he pleads guilty to these 2 charges and is sentenced, then I would route it to the board and let them know. And then it will be up to the board to decide if they want to have another hearing, a parole violation dispositional hearing, or if they would just make a decision at that point when we find out the outcome of this case. So I really can't give you an answer. It's really up to the board. So that's why I asked for a recommendation.
Do one hour if we do it administrative. Why?
So anything from APMP?
Nope, nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Posey, tell me about these violations. So the first one is theft of a vehicle, and then failure to stop at command of law enforcement.
So I was renting a car from somebody, and I gave some drugs for it, some crystal meth for it. My car, I had a car at the time, but my car was not working. It was in the shop, and they had me working way up that way in Park City and getting back and forth. It wasn't just meeting majors, and I got an opportunity later, and this girl said if I can help her get some crystal meth, she let me use the car. So I was like, okay. And so I had the car for a good week and a half, and I was taking it home and back and forth. Everything was good. And then next thing you know, out of the blue, she calls me like 1 o'clock at night and said, well, I need some more. I can't do that. And then her boyfriend calls me and said, well, we're going to call a car and stolen. Well, I didn't think they was actually going to call a car and stolen, but they did. And that's what led me to where I was at now. The high speed chase thing, like I said, I don't lie. I got nervous and I got scared and I took off. That's the honest truth. I apologize about it. No, it's great. I'm sorry for my peer officer. Like I talked to you before, I fell. I seen I fell again. You know what I mean? Back into the corrections, the correction site.
Okay, so were you using this parole?
No.
Yeah, so.
I was around drugs, yes, but I was not using. Did I drink? I drank a couple of times, yes.
I would still have mine on it. Okay, so.
But then I talked to my lawyer. They said because the lady came and met, they's gonna drop everything and just plead to the fleeing charge, the 3rd-degree fleeing. And so that's what I'm pleading to on Friday, is the 3rd-degree fleeing. And because I took off in it, and so everything else will be dismissed. And that's what's going on.
Okay, we'll have to see the outcome of that because that charge does fall under potential board jurisdiction. So they will definitely want to see what happens when you're sentenced on that. I'm getting background. Is there someone that we can mute?
Yeah, it's the caseworker on the phone.
Oh, is it? Okay, okay. So finally, we have failure to complete a substance abuse evaluation and comply with all recommendations indicated in the evaluation. So you started at Sober Living, participated in IOP with Papillon. They were doing well, like your agent said, but then you moved out claiming you didn't get along with the housing manager. And then said you got an assessment with PATAR, but why weren't you participating in treatment?
I was participating. The pater had me going once a week, and then my case manager there, and then she said, okay, once you move out the house, then I have to do a new reassessment on you. And then she wasn't there at that time. She was the one on vacation. I was supposed to see her on the 19th, that's the day I got arrested. I got arrested on the 19th, July 19th. That's also the same day I was supposed to see my parole officer, was the day on that day as well. And I got arrested that day.
Okay.
I was in custody.
So it looks like in the report from the treatment center that you went to one meeting and then no called, no showed on June 27th, but
The call, no show was because I was supposed to call her, but I called the front desk and they said that they was out of town and I didn't call her cell phone. I just let that be. That is correct.
okay. All right, so this is your 5th of 8 overall paroles out of your entire criminal history with corrections. And you have expiration date of August 2nd, 2031. Why should the board at this point even consider you for a parole versus just expiring your sentence?
Well, I've always been good on parole, trying to be attempting being good on parole.
Well, you've had 8 parole violations though, total, 5 on this commitment. So
Yeah, I understand that. And I also told the board of pardons that I'm not really ain't good at parole and I don't think I'll be a really good candidate. And I told them that many times, you know what I mean?
So
I'm just trying
wait,
to-
hold on. Before you said you do really well on parole, but you're not good on parole?
Well, I seem to be doing good at first. That's what I'm saying. And then I just seem to get in trouble. Like, I don't know, just, I think it's the state. And I mean, I just need to leave the state and I'm trying to get back home to the rest of my family. I'm the only one out here. Besides my sister, just moved back out here to American Fork, you know. I'm just trying to get back to Tennessee or Mississippi where all my family's at and leave Utah alone. That's what I've been trying to get back to. I was trying to get an interstate compact and work towards that, even with my parole officer out there. It's just hard. It's just getting money, just kind of save money, live over here and do that, and pay rent and stuff. It's just got hard on me.
Okay, so
There's not really an excuse, you know?
So, do you want to try another parole?
I would like to get a parole, you know what I mean? I like Barney, you know, he worked with me, you know what I mean? So I feel like he gave me a fair chance of everything. So if worse goes worse, I'll say yeah, because you know, I believe in options, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So, but at the same time, I'm trying to leave the state, you know? That's something I expressed with Barney a lot too. All my family's in Tennessee. I got lots of I got good family support. You know what I mean? My one sister moved from Mississippi to here to help me out, and she now lives in American Fork. But if I was to go back there, she'll relocate back that way.
Okay, so let me ask you, what would you do differently if the board did decide to give you another chance?
Well, have you heard of the CORE program?
What was that?
CORE.
Okay.
They deal with valley mental health type stuff.
Okay.
It's a treatment program in Salt Lake that actually on the waiting list for right now. So if I was to get out, I'll go right there, pick me up, and I'll go right into there. I have a bed waiting on me right now there. That's what I'll do. It's a 6-month program. That's
Is that
those are my
inpatient
options.
or is that inpatient or outpatient?
That is an inpatient, and then I'll do the outpatient program. It's inpatient program. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
And then I have the other option is I talked to Mallory, and she said that she gave me a second chance of coming back, and just know that struggles is going to be real, and they're there to help me and not there to fail to come back. So I have 2 opportunities and programs I can go to right now.
So you said Natalie? I don't know who you're talking about. What,
Mallory.
Mallory? I don't,
Mallory.
what
She's,
program is that?
It's the one I was going to before I moved. It's a sober living, but she does programs. She does the treatment there too.
I believe she's the owner of Jaywalker.
Jaywalker,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
And she
Okay,
said
so-
she said I can also go back there as well, as long as I'm willing to do good and don't just give up so easy like I did this time. I actually
Okay.
talked to her, so.
So why did you give up this time?
I don't call it giving up. I was actually working, like doing it, like, you know what I mean? It was a struggle at first, you know what I mean? Getting around like on buses and stuff like that, something that I'm not really used to, you know what I mean? But I did it, you know, and trying to make ends and things meet. And then and then I got the bus pass from Pater. And then so that was a lot more easier getting around because I didn't have money to get around and stuff.
Yeah.
And so it made it that much easier, you know. It's just getting around out there, not knowing the area and stuff like that, you know, like and stuff like that, not having a phone at the time, stuff like that, you know. I had to call home to my ex-wife and ask her for help to get cell phone and get everything else, and you know what I mean, just a little bit different, stuff that I'm not really. I had to swallow my pride and ask for help, and stuff that I'm not really used to doing, you know. So I say, you know.
So what kind of work did you do? You were talking about working in Park City.
I do fabrication homes. I rebuild homes.
Okay.
That's what I do. Custom homes, RV homes, houses. Go in there. We lay foundation, pour. I do it from the ground to top. Everything.
Okay. Now, since you've been back in custody, have you reached out to mental health at all? What's your mental health like?
You see, I put it in to see the mental health lady, but they're kind of, I don't know, haven't seen me yet here.
Okay.
They said it's just a waiting list for the program, so I'm just waiting. I'm on the waiting list on the program, but I'm just waiting.
Okay,
Stuff that way, so.
How do you feel your mental health is?
My mental health is good.
Okay.
It's just I get how do I say it? And I get to losing people, I get depressed more. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like family. I'm real close to all my family, and I feel like they're leaving me and they giving up on me. And then I don't know, I don't know how to explain it. To be honest with you.
Okay. And in regards to your physical health, is there anything the board should be aware of that might get in the way of you being successful on parole?
My physical health is good.
Okay.
That way.
And what's your gang status?
I'm not in a gang, man. Never was in a gang.
Oh,
I
okay.
y'all don't know why they got that on me. I've been fighting STG, getting that off me. I had to do the ankle monitor, not the ankle monitor, what do they call that? The step down program to prove it to them. I'm not in a gang. I never had a gang activity, nothing. So I don't even know why they had that on me. And then they told me to take the letter out there to give it to my parole officer. I showed him the letter, but he said it's going to stick on me. I'm actually trying to fight that because I got pulled over by giving some people a ride, and my brother, he was one of them, and they was in a gang, and I just happened to be in the car, and they flagged me on that, and it's been on me, and it's been hunting me the whole time. Something
Okay.
like,
Well, I'll be sure to note that for the board. So here's what's going to happen. I'll hold this until we can see what the update is on the docket. And then I'll submit it to the board to match what your pleas are in court. It'll be up to the board to decide. I can tell you though, if there's sentencing that's coming up after this hearing next week, it'll be continued pending that case being done, just because the level of the charges are it's a felony. So Once the board makes their decision, you will find out. It'll come to you either in inmate mail or through your caseworker. And at that time, you'll see if you received a parole date, when it would be, and any special conditions. If they decide to do something else, you would be notified in that letter as well. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I am going to conclude the hearing, sir, and I wish you luck in court. Thank you.
You guys have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
I didn't realize that one was, I expected originally that was going to be continued, so we're late because of me. I apologize. Be continued, Jessup.
Yeah, at least so Peck continued because there's
Okay.
stuff pending in, I guess, justice court. And then with Cowett,
Oh, sorry, that one we're going forward on.
yeah, that one, yeah, we'll go forward with that one, but with Peck, it's continued.
Okay. Sorry,
Okay,
Melissa,
we're
we can go on the record.
Yeah, we're on the record. So, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Peck, offender number 169402. Is that you, sir? Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to take testimony from you and Agent Jessup, but before we start, I need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? There we go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, sir. Did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers? Yep, the one on screen. Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet? Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. Before we start, I am going to note a case. It's case number 241-902-022, burglary of a dwelling, second-degree felony attached to allegation 3. That charge was dismissed without prejudice on September 17th, 2024. Assault, Class B misdemeanor attached to allegation 1 was dismissed. Damage, interrupt communication device, Class B misdemeanor, was attached to allegation 2 and dismissed without prejudice. And unlawful detention, Class B misdemeanor, is attached to allegation 4, and that was dismissed without prejudice as well. We do have those 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Excuse me, yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. And we'd enter denials at this time. I do have an update for Mr. Peck. So the felony charges were dismissed in felony court, but I did get in touch with the prosecutor's office, and the charges are still being screened. So they are still planning on pursuing charges in justice court. I let them know that if they are not going to pursue them, to let me know that the charges will be declined so that I can get back with everyone here just as soon as possible. So at this point, we will just have to enter denials and continue this, I would say, for 60 days, and hopefully with as soon as possible, these charges will be filed or declined so that we can move on.
Okay. Thank you. APMP, is there anything you want to add?
No, we're basically, I'll just go with Agent Shaw's recommendation to just be continued to be held on the violations in the case while the case is being adjudicated in local justice court. APMP will track the progression of the case and notify the board of the outcome.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir. So do you understand what's happening? Okay. Um, the case, that was originally filed. Right, so. Yep, so they're in screening, which means that they're deciding whether or not to actually file it. And so that's what we're waiting on. So what will happen now is I'm gonna stop the hearing, go back to the board, let them know, hey, these felony charges were dismissed. But we got information that there's some misdemeanors that are in screening.
So you don't know if there was a court date? Because they never told me if there was a court date, and I was just curious, because it's just so I know when I have to go to court.
No, the case hasn't been filed yet, so they're
Okay.
still deciding.
All right.
So once we get notification that either the case is filed and it's either dismissed or you're sentenced, we can schedule you for another hearing. If we receive information that it's declined, and it sounds like AP&P and your attorney are on top of it,
Right.
we will bring you back for a hearing to pick up where we left off today.
Okay,
Okay?
that's all I need to know.
All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and if you do go to court, I wish you luck. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, ma'am.
Yep, have a good day.
You too.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit there, Agent Jessup.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Agent Goen, it looks like Mr. Marquez is not appearing, so I just need to go on the record, note this case, and take recommendations. So that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ernest Marquez, offender number 26582. Mr. Marquez has opted not to appear. He's given permission for his attorney to enter pleas on his behalf. He has a pending case, case number 241404877 DUI. First offense in 10 years, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 1. There's a pretrial conference set for October 16th, 2024. Mr. Marquez has 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And
Yes,
what are
we'll
his
make-
pleas?
Thank you. We will waive reading of the hearings where I'll enter deny. So first, let me say that Mr. Marquez is not present. He authorized me to move forward with this hearing on his behalf. He has asked me to waive reading, enter denials, and make a motion to continue for 60 days while that case is pending.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. APMP, is there anything you want to add?
No, we're okay with that.
Okay, all right. So at this time, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, no one's here. Miss Conyers, are you there?
Yep.
Great. How about you, Agent North?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation dispositional hearing for Derk Hinton, offender number 212748. Is that you, sir?
It is.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent North, so before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I did.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review the late disclosure?
I did.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. Before we start, I am going to take judicial notice of a case number 2419-02651, theft by receiving a firearm or operable motor vehicle, second-degree felony. It was amended to a third. On August 9th, 2024, you received 137 days credit for time served. That charge is associated with allegation number 3 on the warrant. Failure to stop or respond at command of police, third-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 1. And then we have failed to stop at command of law enforcement, class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2. That was dismissed with prejudice. Failed to comply duties at vehicle accident, property damage, class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 5. Reckless driving, class B misdemeanor, dismissed with prejudice, attached to allegation 7. Use or possession drug paraphernalia, class B misdemeanor, dismissed with prejudice, attached to allegation 8. Theft by receiving, class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation number 4. That was dismissed with prejudice, and driving on denied, class C misdemeanor, dismissed with prejudice as well. On that second charge, the failure to stop, I believe you also received 137 days to run concurrent, and then credit for time served. So right now we do have those 10 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he will waive formal reading of the allegations, and we intend to proceed with the allegations in the same way they were handled in court, which means he's admitting to 1 and 3. We're asking to dismiss the others that were dismissed for plea, including 2 and then 4 through 8. And he will admit 9 and 10.
Okay. APMP, are you okay? What do you want to do with the request to dismiss these allegations?
Dismiss this up for 1, 3, 9, and 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, based off of your new conviction and your admissions to 1, 3, 1, 3, 9, and 10, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your March 7th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thanks. When talking to Mr. Hinton on Monday, he explained to me that he was actually doing well on this last parole. It was his 5th parole, except unfortunately his mother passed away, and that just kind of led him down a spiral. And then we have these allegations. So what he is asking for is, he has been in custody now for 7 months. He is asking for an immediate release. He tells me that his girlfriend, he'd be living with his girlfriend and has an address with her. I don't think he has submitted it yet. He assumes that before he can go to that address, however, that the board will want him to do an inpatient program or to complete a halfway house, and he's fine for that. With that, he just explains to me that he is way too old for this. Once his mom's estate is settled, he will have some finances, and will be able to have a more stable life because of that, including professionally. He plans to start a culinary business, and he has every intention to become self-sufficient. And while doing that, maintaining his sobriety. So those are his priorities right now.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
I mean, I want Mr. Hinton to do well. I'm not sure what I should say to that other than I think that the board should have a very strict, be very strict with Mr. Hinton in regards to doing any residential treatment, because he's very well known for bouncing around through treatments and not completing them.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation regarding release?
Do I have to make a recommendation?
No, you don't. I was just asking.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
have one.
All right. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hinton, let's look at these allegations that remain. So let's see, number 1 is failure to respond and theft by receiving the motor vehicle. Let's talk about those first that resulted in this conviction. What happened?
So it was Valentine's Day, unfortunately, and I wanted to have a good Valentine's Day with my girlfriend. I was planning on checking into detox shortly thereafter, since I had left the residential treatment I was in, and I borrowed a vehicle from a friend, which turned out to be stolen. I was high at the time, and when they attempted to pull me over, I didn't stop.
Okay. I'm just catching up with you. What were you using?
Heroin, fentanyl, and methamphetamine.
Okay. All right. And were you injured? Because it resulted in an accident, correct?
Yeah, no, I was not injured.
How about the other people that you hit? Okay. So in regards to, in the report, it states that you had the stolen vehicle, the temporary plate was stolen. You were not aware of any of that?
No, like I said, I borrowed the vehicle from a friend. It was a drug buddy of mine.
Mm-hmm.
But he had the keys and he gave me the keys. The vehicle was parked in his driveway. From what we agreed upon is I was gonna borrow the vehicle so I could go get my girlfriend a present and spend Valentine's Day with her, and then I was gonna return it.
Okay. Let's see, and then you fled on foot. This is according to the report from APMP, throwing paraphernalia along the way. And so at the time of arrest, the officer reported that you said you didn't want to go back to prison. That's why you ran. Anything else about this? I know restitution hasn't been figured out yet by the court, but are you going to be able to pay the restitution? I'm sure the other vehicle was.
The accident was very minimal. There wasn't much damage to the other vehicle. I made a turn, the car stalled out. I rocked onto 2 wheels and scratched the side of another vehicle.
Okay. So you're lucky.
Yeah.
Very lucky. Okay, so let's talk about this hopping from treatment programs. So in the report, it shows that you entered into 5 programs, 8 and 3 sober living facilities in 11 months. Why aren't you sticking around at one?
So I've attended a couple treatment programs that I finished in the past.
Mhm.
On upon this release, I went to a sober living that was like kind of a halfway between a sober living and a residential treatment program.
Mhm.
I got kicked out of there because to be honest with you, I went on a date and I wasn't aware that wasn't allowed. So they dismissed me from there. Then I went to the
Men's tribal?
men's tribal house, correct?
What happened there?
So I was doing well there, and then my mother passed away. I was able to hold it together for a few weeks after that, but I kind of lost myself in grief
Mhm.
and started using again. So I left the men's tribal house and wound up in detox. I went to detox at the U of U. I finished detox there, and I went to Reflections treatment program in Linden in Utah County.
Mhm.
I was doing okay there, and I started working, and then I got kicked out again for having a relationship with a female. And after that, I just really didn't reassert myself into the treatment community. I was just trying to do it by willpower and grit my teeth, and unfortunately, that didn't work out. I
Okay.
started using again, and I checked myself into the Renaissance Ranch.
Mhm.
While I was at the Renaissance Ranch, I wasn't aware that when I went in, I was not going to be allowed to be on my MAT treatment. So I was on Suboxone for the first 7 days, and then they took me off of that, and I went into withdrawals and wasn't able to maintain at that point in time. So I left and was planning on finding another treatment program. And in the meantime, that's when the incident happened that brought me back to prison.
Okay. So in regards to treatment, if the board releases you, you've gone through a lot of them. So what are your plans?
So I would either like to return to the First Step program that I have had success with in the past and actually graduated from, or go to Valley Epic. Both of those are programs that allow the MAT treatment, which I've continued the entire time I've been in prison, which has really helped me focus. And if neither one of those are available, I've already put feelers out to those, and I'd be willing to do the CCC program. I'd like to do that in Utah County because that's where my support system's at.
Okay. All right. And then it looks like even though all these shenanigans were going on in regards to treatment, APNP looks like they did try to give you a chance at PvP, but you weren't aware of that.
No.
Because you did this instead. So how would it be different if you were granted another parole? What would you do differently?
I would really just apply myself to my recovery wholeheartedly. I have had some time to kind of sit and deal with my grief and kind of allowed myself to process that as opposed to losing myself in it. It was extremely difficult losing my mom, but that's not an excuse for my behavior. And now that I feel like that I've had some time to process that and not lose myself in it, I'll be better focused to complete my recovery.
Okay. Let's look at these other ones. So failure to report February 13th to APNP. It was the day before you were arrested. So your agent instructed you to check in. Why didn't you check in?
I was not aware that I was supposed to check in. I spoke with my agent on the phone. I was at an Airbnb, and I let him know that the plan was I was going to be checking the detox the next day. He told me to stay in touch and let him know what happened with that, and I was arrested.
So you're saying he didn't tell you to check in?
No, I wasn't aware of that. I spoke with him on the phone, let him know my plans to check into detox, and he said to keep him appraised of the situation and that he would be stopping by my Airbnb to do like a home verification check, and then I was arrested the next day.
And then let's see, Renaissance Ranch. Okay, we already talked about treatment. All right, so I mean, the board may consider just keeping you in custody until you complete residential treatment. I will let them know, though, that you do have some plans in regards to going to the two programs that you mentioned. So did you work on this last parole?
Yes.
Where did you work at?
I had a couple different jobs. I worked for a food packaging place in Provo. I worked for a political canvassing company, and I also worked for a men's tribal house when they were doing some like destruction to help tear down the old prison.
Okay. And then, do you plan to work when released?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's a big part of me staying on the right track.
And any idea about what type of work?
So I have a degree from Le Cordon Bleu in Chicago.
Mhm.
Culinary field has been like my passion for the past 20 plus years. So that's a field that I have a lot of experience in. I've also got quite a bit of experience with customer service and sales. So
Okay.
that's always something I'd like to keep open.
All right. And then, your attorney said you're planning on living with your girlfriend. Where's that at?
Right now she is living in Springville.
Mhm.
I know I'll have to probably complete treatment before that's able to take place. So we would look at getting our own place. She currently lives with her father in Springville.
Okay. Is she involved with the system at all, using anything like that?
So she actually has over a year clean, and she
Okay.
just been put in for successful completion of her misdemeanor probation.
Okay. And then, since you've been back, like you said, you've had to deal with grief and stuff like that. What, have you worked with mental health at all? Since in custody?
Yes, I have. As I mentioned, I've been on the MAT treatment program the entire time. I've been attending several classes. I've been doing life and balance, MRT, which I'm halfway completed with. I've been going to the AA treatment programs, as well as doing the self-study LDS 12-step program.
And,
I
what
also
would you,
completed the
go ahead.
I also completed the CBT cognitive behavior therapy program and got a certificate for that.
Since you've been back?
Correct.
Okay, I'll look for that. I didn't see it, but I'll look for it. So what do you think your mental health is then, since you've been doing all this?
So I've struggled in the past with a lot with depression and anxiety.
Mhm.
I have had some ups and downs with like antidepressants,
Mhm.
and in the long run, I feel like what's more effective for me is physical mental health therapy. Staying active, working out really does wonders to keep my depression and anxiety at bay. So that's something I've maintained while I've been in here as a physical routine. But then also the MAT treatment, the only time in the past I've ever had a sustained period of success was when I was on Suboxone. And that's something I plan on continuing in the future.
So when you were going, I know the one treatment program wouldn't allow it. During this time, when you relapsed, I take it you're not using that because it would block it, right?
So yeah, when I was at the Reflections, I was on Suboxone, and I was at their sober living, I was on Suboxone.
Okay.
After I left Reflections, I relapsed on methamphetamines, and shortly thereafter, I stopped taking my Suboxone and relapsed on fentanyl and heroin.
Okay. Are there any physical issues that the board needs to be aware of that might get in the way of you completing parole?
No.
Okay. And I did see, I wrote down you started MRT on August 14th. You have had a couple disciplinaries. One was actually for possessing Suboxone on June 2nd, and then having a positive UA on May 1st.
Yes.
So tell me about that.
So during my MAT treatment here at the prison, there was an instance where the prison was having issues with getting their Suboxone filled because the number of prescriptions that were being written red flagged it. So there was like a 5-day period where I was not able to be dispensed my Suboxone, and which time I was going through severe withdrawals. When they started me on my Suboxone again, I took it upon myself to hold portions of that medication to avoid having that happen again in the future. That's when I got caught, and I spoke with the MAT treatment provider, and they explained to me why that lapse had happened and what they were doing to prevent that again in the future.
Okay. And then the positive UA.
It was just a bad environment that I was in Bear One. Unfortunately, I'm not in the the most conducive area of the prison to be
Mhm.
successful in treatment. I have since went to the solid program where I had the issues with the Suboxone and they kicked me out, and I've just maintained to stay on top of my issues since then. I have tried to be put into the green to the inpatient program here at the prison. They refused me because I did not have a date yet in the computer.
Okay. All right, so from these two disciplinaries, what was the outcome? Did you get a fine?
Yeah,
lose
I got a
levels?
fine and punitive isolation time.
Okay. All right, so, during this parole, APMP said in the report, you had no support, no treatment, no residence, no job at the time of your arrest.
Correct.
So, it sounds like you do have support, at least with your girlfriend. The treatment, I agree with APMP that you have to stick at one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because when things get hard, you bail or just circumstances, but that's a lot of programs to go through. So, and then job, it sounds like you have a plan for that. So, what I'm going to do is take all this information back to the board, the recommendation from, your attorney, the comments from APMP, and then what we discussed here today. And I'll look for you completing, CBT two.
Yeah, that was a program that was done on the
Tablet?
the Origin, and I mailed my certificate home once I received it.
Okay. And then, I'll let them know that this pending case has been adjudicated and, we'll see what the board decides. Just like always, it takes about 2 weeks for them to hand down a decision. I know that it'll come either in inmate mail or you'll find out from your caseworker. Okay?
And just so you are aware, I am about 3 weeks out from completing MRT.
Okay. All right, so I'll put that in there too. And, I just wish you luck and we'll see what the board decides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Thanks, Agent.
We have two 1400s, so we're going to fall behind,
Oh, I didn't even
farther
see.
behind.
Oh, boy.
So let's get going when we can.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation dispositional hearing for Brandon Cowett, offender number 143885. Is that you, sir?
That is.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stakely. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Jessup. Agent Jessup was sworn in for previous hearings, so I just need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, we spoke Monday.
Okay. And did you get a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
Did you receive 7 days rent notification of this hearing?
Sure.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I am going to take note of a couple cases. The first one is case number 231907558, sexual exploitation of a minor, second-degree felony times 10. Looks like on October 31st, 2024, that case was dismissed without prejudice. It was refiled in federal court. Case number 223CR00377. On August 15th, 2024, you were convicted of 2 counts of possession of child pornography, sentenced to 99 months in federal prison with a lifetime supervision upon release. The court recommended that this time run concurrent with any time yet to be served here on the commitment from 2015. So I also noticed that they're recommending that you serve time in Inglewood, Colorado in their facility so you can participate in sex offender treatment and intensive drug treatment programming. So at this time, I am going to note the charges that we have, 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations, and we, based on what happened in federal court, he will admit to the 4 allegations.
Okay. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 through 4, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your January 19th, 2021 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
In speaking with him about our recommendations to the board, he is asking that he get terminated as soon as possible so he can serve his sentence with the feds. It seems like an extensive sentence, around 10 years, so that's his request at this time.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, again, I'm just going to go with Agent Shaw's prior recommendation that Mr. Cowett not receive another parole opportunity and he serve his remaining time at Utah State Prison on his state case and then be transferred to federal custody upon completion of his state sentence. And as stated before, he'll also be subject to lifetime federal supervision upon completion of his federal incarceration.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, so we found out that there's a detainer that has been filed by the feds as well. So just tell me what happened. It looks like the first allegation, APMP, actually all of them went on a field visit to your house. They found a couple phones. There was pornography on the phones, and here we are.
Yep, that's correct.
So anything you want to add?
I just, I started using again, and it led to the behavior. I'm looking forward to the opportunities that will be offered to me in Inglewood, hopefully to change for the better and permanently this time, resolve my substance abuse issues and all that. So.
Just your substance abuse issues?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of what leads to my other behaviors is using methamphetamine, and never was an issue before I started using. So, yeah, no, I need to take all the programming that's offered me so that I can address all my problems and get them resolved. Learn to live without substances and make good choices from here on out.
Okay. We did receive a letter from your federal defender requesting that we either parole or terminate you so you can get over there in federal custody. So really, I just have one question. Once this is done, and I know it's hard because if the board decides to keep you and expire you, that's 14 years. if we let you go now, that's 8 years. But when you do finally get released, do you plan on coming back to Utah?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you want to tell me about these violations, your new convictions, your plans for the future?
Well, like I said, I plan on, trying to resolve my issues, take all the programming I can, make self-interest choices instead of selfish choices from here on out. I do plan on getting a business management degree while I'm in the federal system and brushing up on my culinary techniques so I can perhaps start a catering business with my daughter.
Okay.
We've talked about that quite a lot, so. I do have a lot of family support here in Utah, my children, as well as my mom and my siblings, so.
Okay.
I should be able to do it.
All right. So at this point, it's really which way the board will go. If they're just going to cut you loose or keep you till December 31st, 2030. So what I'll do is I'll let them know that this new conviction has been wrapped up, and what your pleas were and plans, like that you are planning on participating in treatment and coming back to Utah once you're done. In the next probably 2 weeks, you'll find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you either in inmate mail or through your caseworker, and you'll find out their decision.
Thank you so much.
Okay, do you have any questions?
I don't know.
All right, so at this time, I am concluding the hearing, sir. I wish you luck.
Thank you very much.
Mhm. Do we have anyone from AP&P for Brandon K? Let's go on the record. Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brandon K, offender number 159045. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent, what's your name? I'm sorry. Oh, you're muted.
How about that?
Let me swear you in while he's trying to get that done. So Agent, just speak up when your microphone starts to work. So raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I have.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we do have 6 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
I first wanted to see if there's an update about number 3. It's a sex and kidnap registration. I don't see anything filed. Agent Moore, do you have any updates on that?
It's working now.
Oh, not working yet.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Oh, does that work?
Oh, yeah, we can. It's quiet.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I just looked up everything in court exchange, and I didn't see any new charges and have any information on any updates for new charges at all.
So is it your
would
intention to
just go
strike
off.
number 3?
Yeah, I would go off that there won't be any new charges filed off that.
Okay. With that, we will admit to 1 and 2. Sounds like we are denying and making a stipulated motion to strike. Number 4, he will deny, and we will also ask to strike. That maybe pairs up with 3, so I'll let Agent Moore look at that one. And then he will, I think number 5 is, well, number 5 is also kind of tied in with 3 and 4. And then on number 6, he'll enter no contest. So let me repeat that. So he'll admit on 1, and he will admit on 2, and a no contest on 6. And we are asking to strike 3, 4, and 5, which are all the same allegation.
Okay, thank you. Agent Moore, let me swear you in real quick. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what do you want to do with 3, 4, and 5? We already talked about 3, so 4 and 5.
Yeah, so 3, so 4. So that would be moving and not updating the registry within 3 days. And then 5, changing your residence. Again, so yeah, they're kind of tied in together.
And his Agent Moore, so you know the explanation while you're considering this, is he says that his name was removed from the lease so that possibly the owner of the property didn't know, but he was still living there in October, and it sounds like through February of 2024, he was still living there under his friend's, but his friend's name was on the lease and he was still living there.
Okay, and that address was still on the registry?
Yes.
Okay.
Is my understanding, yes.
Yeah, and I just don't have enough information to dig into that, to find out exactly what happened. But if that is the case, then that would be, I would go along with striking those allegations. If that was the case that he was not on the lease, but he was still abiding by the registry and residing there as per the requirements of the registry.
That's what Mr. K tells me. We can confirm that with him, and maybe we should.
Okay.
Mr. K, go ahead.
Yes, I was living there.
Okay.
I was still living there and still receiving mail.
Okay.
So with that information, it sounds like 3, 4, and 5, we're asking to deny and making a stipulated motion to dismiss those 3 allegations related to that residence.
So it looks like the last time we attempted to visit the address was November 13th. And it just indicates other tenants reported he moved out several weeks ago. Someone said a month, some said 1 to 2 weeks. And then we didn't conduct an additional visit at that time through February. And then I believe Agent Meadows received a call from Miss Lee in December 6th, saying that he was allegedly kicked out of the property at the end of October. And that room that he was in was re-rented out November 1st.
It was
if his name was just taken off the lease from Miss Lee, but he was still residing there with other individuals.
Yes, that is correct. It was my really good friend, actually. He took over the lease. And he later got evicted, but I was staying with him up till then.
Yeah.
So Agent Moore, how do you want to handle those, just to confirm?
I don't believe that we would have enough evidence going forward to continue with those, so I would have to just go off of striking those as well, would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 and 2 and no contest plea to allegation 6, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your May 2nd, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
What Mr. K is asking for is a termination, and when we had the discussion about would he take another parole if offered one, he says that he would not. After he is released, after his termination and he is released, eventually when that happens, he plans to continue school. He plans to be a barber. He plans to go to cosmetology school for hair. And where he plans to live, he says that he'll likely start at the shelter and take advantage of the resources that they can offer him. And then once he's on his feet, go to school and carry on with his life. So that's his plan at this point.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
I really don't have anything additional to add to this hearing. I think that would be an appropriate recommendation for the board to take into consideration. It shows that he's done well in the past and, possibly had some incidents during his last parole. And I'm not sure of the exact extenuate, like what happened with him not checking in and us going to the house and if he was still living there. But I think it looks like with him expiring next year, I believe that would be an appropriate recommendation to just terminate.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. K, I have some questions for you. So first, let's go over these violations that remain. So we have failed to report on October 18th. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, November 1st, 2023. At the end of your office visit on October 18th, you were told to come back on November 1st at 5 o'clock, and you failed to report. Why is that?
Yes. My grandmother was going through a lot of issues. She did end up passing away. I was going through extreme emotional distress during that time. So everything just it caved in a little bit. So I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone has lost somebody really close to them, and now I'm here. I'm glad actually to take a break a little bit to gather my thoughts and feelings about people passing away that are really close to me. So as far as this goes, it's absolutely educational to help me get a break and continue school as far as cosmetology. So I think that'd be appropriate for the time being.
Okay, so allegation 2 is absconding. So it looks like just after that date they couldn't find you. Is your explanation the same reason or
Right, it's
another?
it's the same explanation.
Okay, and you didn't try to think to call?
I did think to call. At the time, like I said, I was going through a lot of emotions. My family has turned their back on me, and just trying to reach out to different resources to help.
And then number 6 is no contest is what you pled to failure to participate in sex offender treatment on November 13th. It looks like you were told to re-enroll in treatment and obtain a new assessment. Why didn't you do that?
I have called Eric Hammond. He had told me that he's not taking no new clients at that time, not even doing assessments. So I reached out to Alpha Counseling, trying to follow up with them. I called them and nothing, no messages was left. But I have called to see if I could get an assessment done.
Okay, and did you notify APMP of this?
I was talking to Agent Meadows about it. I let him know that Eric Hammond was unavailable to do so, and so I was reaching out to Alpha, and I did discuss that with him.
All right, so
May I add to that?
oh, go ahead.
Just looking through notes from Agent Meadows from October 18th. It says, there's a section over treatment. It says he's not going to be able to go through Eric as they're not accepting new or old customers. He's going to be trying to get in with Alpha. So at that time, Eric was not accepting any new clients, like Mr. K is indicating.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then it looks like this was your fourth parole. You do expire next December, and you don't want to do another parole. So if the board decides to do a termination, your attorney said what your plans are. Really, at this point, they can choose to expire you and keep you the full time or grant you a termination. How do you plan on avoiding coming back, like on a new conviction at this point?
At this point, I do have two sisters and a brother. We are on good terms, as far as talking with them. And, if I do have any new issues, as far as emotional and, distress things, I would contact, Eric Hammond, since he has been there. Although he's not accepting new clients and such, we can still talk on the phone and deal with different situations if I have any. So I can reach out to, a counselor or therapist.
Okay. And then are you planning on going to school full-time when released?
It's actually going to be part-time. I'm going to lean more towards education, but, working at the same time.
What type of work do you do?
Usually like customer service, warehouse, forklift.
And then you said you just plan to release to the shelter, so they have resources there.
Yes,
Is that in Salt Lake County or?
it is. It's off
Okay.
of 3380 South, 1000 West.
Mm.
And they do offer programs for housing and work and,
Yeah.
government assistance.
Okay. And then since you've been back in custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
Yeah, I have been talking with a therapist a little bit.
Okay.
To kind of go over some, some issues with, as far as grandparents passing away and such. I just lost my parents and stuff like that too. So I've come a long ways actually, as far as mental health goes.
So what do you think your mental health is like right now?
I think it's great.
Okay.
I'm dealing with things, in like I said, in an educational way to, further what's going on in my life. I can talk to a therapist.
Are there any physical issues that would get in the way of you? Well, if you're requesting a termination, is there anything going on physically you want the board to be aware of?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
All right. So here's what will happen. I'm going to take the recommendations from both Ms. Conyers and Agent Moore back to the board. Also include everything we discussed here today and let them know that you don't want another parole. Now, they may offer it to you.
Right.
If you get the paperwork, you can always refuse to sign it. We'll rescind the date and you can have a rescission hearing with us. But we'll see what the board says. In the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out what their decision is, and it'll come to you either in an inmate mail or through your caseworker. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
I just wanted to add a few things.
Mhm.
Since my time, almost 15 years, I have not received any write-ups, which is very odd for some, but I believe that I can have the behavior that it takes to, I'm pretty smart.
Okay.
Like I said, there's just a few things that got in my way, but I do appreciate everything that this prison has done.
Okay.
I got my diploma, so it helped out a lot. And APNP, I really do thank a lot of you guys for helping me through what I have to go through.
Okay. I will be sure to include your comments.
Thank you.
Just so the board is aware. And at this time, I'm going to conclude the hearing and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Thanks, Agent Moore.
Thank you.
Not get continued, did he?
What's that?
We haven't started him yet, Trahan. Okay, I just heard 245 was continued, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't mine. Not yet.
All right. So let's go on the record. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Whitley Calder, offender number 229236. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Dietrich, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please?
I have handcuffs on.
That's okay.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, ma'am, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we have 6 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
She will waive reading of the allegations, no motions. She will admit to all 6 allegations.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, based off of your admissions to the allegations, I am going to recommend the board revoke your May 28th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
It looked like AP&P's recommendation may be the same as ours. We're asking for an immediate release with credit for the last 60 days she's been in custody and to release to Orange Street. She's asking for an immediate release and she's okay with going to Orange Street. Sounds like AP&P wants her to do Orange Street. Ms. Calder herself would prefer a halfway house rather than Orange Street, but she'd be okay with that as well. At some point, she plans to move home to her mom's place in Magna and hopes to get there just as soon as possible. And then she'll start looking for some jobs. One thing she did want to discuss with the board is she does want to take accountability for the few write-ups that she's received while she's been in custody. She has been trying to make up for those write-ups, though, and doing the most she can while she's in Max. She's been doing the hustle program, packets, and everything she can do to make up for those write-ups and to make the most of her time while she's in custody.
Okay, thank you. AP&P, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Miss Calder was not on parole for very long during that time. She was on GPS. Failed to comply with that on multiple occasions, letting it die. She did put her reported residence as her mother's in Magna, although was rarely there. Her GPS put her at several motels in Salt Lake and high drug areas. Her mother's house does not seem to be a conducive place for her to live. We did a home visit once, at which time both she and her mother attempted to hide paraphernalia that was in the home at that same time as when the weapons were located in her room. Miss Calder has extensive trauma from what I've been told, and could benefit from residential treatment, which was actually the recommendation when she did her assessment. Specifically, he recommended that she complete a residential that's trauma-based. He really specified that as being really important for her success. Although at the time he was working with her to get into or get a different private insurance that would allow her to go to a residential program that was maybe more tailored to the trauma. I do agree with release to Orange Street. Obviously, ideally, it would be to residential, but at a minimum to Orange Street. Yeah.
All right, I do have a question for you. Was the GPS recovered at the time of arrest?
I
had it on me when I came to the prison.
Okay.
Did
Yeah, I was
do you
gonna say
remember?
I'd have to look up on that. I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
I still had it on when I came to the prison.
Yes, that does kind of ring a bell. I think it was dead, but I think she did leave it on her ankle.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Calder, I have some questions for you. So let's look at these allegations. It looks like number 1 and 3 is regarding the GPS. It died. You weren't at your residence in Magna. Instead, they were able to see you showing up at different Motel 6s instead. So what's going on?
I had relapsed and I didn't want to be at home. I had a lot of emotions going on with my grandma dying in that house. So I was just running amok, to be honest with you. I relapsed and I just had a very hard time going back home. I don't know what it was.
Okay, what's your drug of choice?
It was meth.
Okay. And then, so who is at the hotels?
I had my own room. I got my own room in my own name.
And then number 2 is failure to report. It looks like you were scheduled to report July 16th. You were a no call, no show. Why is that?
I had accidentally missed that one. I don't know what it was. I was just very exhausted and just ready to, like, I don't know. I just forgot that I had to check in that day. And then I realized like that same day that I needed to check in, and then just failed to text or anything.
Okay.
I lost my phone again.
And then absconding, that's number 4. Just so you know, the board adds the days back that you're in the community. We call it toll time. So you've had 10 days toll time added to your sentence by the board. Why the absconding? Is it still the same
reason? Yes.
Okay.
What is toll time?
So every day that you were in the community as a fugitive, when you come back, the board calculates that time and adds it to your sentence. So now your sentence, because of absconding, is 10 days longer.
Oh.
Because you were gone 10 days. So
Okay.
Just in case you see it, your paperwork, and you're like, that's not my expiration date.
Okay.
So
Did
that's.
I already do that time though?
No, we put it at the end. So your new expiration date is May 22nd, 2028.
Oh, okay. So okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I noticed it was your first parole, so I thought I should mention that.
Okay,
So
sounds
they'll
good.
do it every time.
Okay.
So where were you staying during the time that you were a fugitive?
Motel 6s.
It was still at the Motel 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you staying with anyone else? Were you by yourself?
There was a point in time where I was staying with people, and then I decided that I didn't want to stay with people anymore, and I went and got my own room. I figured I didn't want to get in more trouble than I already was in.
And then you were using during this time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so then the last 2 allegations, the AP&P did a field visit. Like your agent mentioned, sounds like they found some drug paraphernalia, but the allegations are in regards to finding a taser and pepper spray.
Yes, ma'am. That was in my room.
Why?
I just had gotten home and I was returning home from running around in the streets, and I was talking to my mother about being home, and I had set those on my dresser. My APP showed up an hour later and they were still sitting there.
But why do you have possession of it?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. It was just a mistake I made that I just had some things that I was just running around with.
Okay.
And
So,
I wasn't planning on using them or anything. It was just basically for looks or whatever.
okay.
Just
So-
dumb things, but dumb mistakes I was making on accident.
Okay, so, they weren't mistakes, I don't think. I think they were choices.
Choices, yeah.
And since this is your first parole, I just want you to be aware that parole isn't by Ms. Calder's rules. They're by
Okay.
the board's rules.
Yeah, I understand.
And so if you don't want to have this be a revolving door, I would really pay attention to the special conditions, because the board's not going to tolerate just running amok and doing what you want.
I
You have
understand.
to do what the board wants.
Yeah.
So it looks like you were set up to enroll in treatment, but you failed to follow through.
I was still working with him on getting my insurance switched over, which I could still do in Odyssey House. I mean, not Odyssey House, in Orange Street. If I do go to Orange Street, I can work with him still on doing that, or stay in Orange Street if it does turn out to be good for me.
And then I saw you've had one UA this parole. It came back dirty. So did you have any time on parole where you were sober?
About a couple days.
Okay. So now, if the board, let's see, so you get out in 2028. Now it is a possibility they'll just keep you. But if you do get another release, what would you do differently?
I would work my program. I would most definitely just work the program and do what I got to do to stay sober. It's better if I'm in a treatment facility under authority rather than just going home, because before I had gotten to prison, I was out there for 15 years doing drugs. So it was just really hard for me to be home and to not have any authority.
Okay.
So if I'm in a program, I will work it for sure. I feel like.
And did you work this parole?
No, ma'am. I wasn't out long enough, I don't think.
Do you plan on working?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of work?
I do a lot of production. That's just where I started out. I don't know. I've worked a lot of cleaning hotels and stuff like that. So, but I don't know if I'd go back to those same things. I'd rather try to get a better job than either one of those things.
Okay. And then it looks like you're wanting treatment. After treatment, it does kind of sound like AP&P, they're the ones that approve addresses.
Okay.
And it sounds like they're not too keen on you going back to your mom.
What about sober living?
Yeah, they can approve sober living.
That'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
And then since you've been back, have you worked with mental health at all?
Nope, I'm just on the same meds that I've been on.
Okay. And then if you were to assess your mental health right now, how would you say it is?
Same.
But is same like terrible, or is same like good?
It's good. It's good. I'm in a good place right now.
Okay. And are there any physical issues that the board should be aware of that might get in the way of you completing parole?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then it shows that you're a documented Taliban blood member. Are you active in your gang?
No, ma'am.
The what? She gangbangs?
Are you modified monitor at all?
What does that mean?
That you're dropout?
I don't know. I understand what that means. I don't think so.
Like you left your gang
No.
officially?
No.
Okay. But you're not active?
I haven't been gangbanging for a couple of years.
You've been what?
I haven't been gangbanging for a couple of years. The situation was I was in a cell with another person who was gang affiliated. That was a Crip. And the situation was I had mentioned that I knew of Bloods and that I was part of a blood gang, and she was not willing to be in the cell with me. So they had to STG me.
Okay.
That's the whole situation there.
Okay. And then your attorney mentioned it, and I saw too, you've had 3 disciplinaries, passing something through a gun port on July 26th. Let me finish. Being in a fight, August 29th and August 26th passing. So what do you want to tell me about that?
I understand my mistakes. I take full choices. I take full accountability for those. I was spiraling down just because I was having a lot of anxiety of being back. However, I recognize that I've been making them choices and that it was wrong. And so I had jumped right into doing packets on figuring out why I do the things I do. And I'm in the hustle program doing the book there. I'm doing everything I possibly can to keep myself focused and not get into any more trouble.
Okay. Are the packets helping?
Yes, ma'am. It's bringing out a lot of different emotions and different things that I never really had thought about. Like my, oh shoot, just my brain went blank. But yes, they're helping.
Okay. Now, what happened after these? Now, it sounds like you're in max, right?
Yes, I'm in max.
And did you lose levels, fines, anything, or was
I
it
lost
just-
levels and I'm in 8-man cell right now.
Okay.
On full restriction. I only can come out every morning for an hour.
Okay.
It's my choice if I do the packets or if I do the books.
Okay. And you're choosing to do it. So, I just want you to be aware that when it comes to people who get a lot of disciplinaries, if you do get a release, the board may put what's called a contingency on that release. And what that means is your release date would be contingent upon you getting no more disciplinaries. If you do get more, then we would pull your date and you'd have to come back here and have a discussion about why.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that they will, but it's a possibility that they'd put that on your date. So I would just do everything you can to stay out of trouble.
Okay.
Okay. So at this time, what I'm going to do is take the recommendation from APMP and also from Ms. Conyers, submit it to the board along with everything we discussed here today about your violations, plans for release, all of that. In the next 7 to 10 days, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you either through inmate mail or your caseworker. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll see you next.
Right now, no, when I come back.
So I was gonna buy one, the Whopper Junior.
Okay.
It was for something, and then I could have got 2 with fries for $6.
Okay.
So I got 2 with fries.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Trevor Reed, offender number 424. Is that you, sir? Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker, but before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, I saw you met with Ms. Conyers. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yeah.
Okay, and just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I do want to take note of a couple cases. Case number 2419-06007. Possession of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor, was attached to allegation number 6. Use or possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor. That charge was dismissed with prejudice. Giving false personal identity to peace officer, Class C misdemeanor, was dismissed with prejudice. On August 9th, you received 135 days credit for time served. Case closed. So while you were in the breakout room, Agent Baker informed me that there's another case, case number 241600204, introduction of a controlled substance into a correctional facility. And Agent Baker, do you still have it pulled up? What are the other 2 charges?
So it's a total of 2 charges. Count 1 is distribution of controlled substance to a drug-free zone, 2nd-degree felony. The second one is obstruction of justice, violate, 3rd-degree felony. Both
Okay,
of these occurred on March 13th of this year.
Okay. And then is there a appearance date?
There is an appearance date. It's going to be 10/23 at the times at 8:58, which is a weird time, but
Okay. And then they're not associated with the allegations, are they?
no, I just found this out when I did a search today. So
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted the warrant to add these allegations.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, it looks like this case is still pending. We do currently have 6 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, what we're planning on, we will waive reading at this time, or we'll make enter denials and make a motion to continue for 60 days so that he can handle that new case.
Okay. Now, thank you. Before we go, I had a question for you, Agent Baker. I saw that we still have some potential new charges. So allegations 2, 3, and 4. Do you have any update in regards to those?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. I looked, I didn't see anything today, but
You said 2, 3, and 4?
yeah.
Well, 2 is absconsion. And 3 and 4 look like I think those are tied to those are the allegations from the case you mentioned earlier that he has already pled to.
Okay, so in number 2 in the PC statement, it says he was arrested and released on new charges of MA, fleeing, and possession.
Yeah, I don't have anything showing that those have been filed that I could find.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to verify while I had you here. Okay, so Ms. Conyers entered denials and requested a continuance. Agent Baker, do you have anything to add?
No, I agree with that.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Reed, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to update the board, let them know that the first case regarding the possession that was taken care of in August has been adjudicated, but I also am required to update them on this new case that was recently filed. And I will submit to them your attorney's recommendation, your pleas, and APMP's comments too. What will happen is it'll be continued most likely. And then once you go to court and that case is adjudicated, please send us a letter so we can get you back on the calendar as quickly as possible. Do you have any questions for me?
No, I'm sorry.
All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and sorry, wish you luck in court. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thanks, Agent Baker.
Yep.
See ya. Okay, Kate.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. We'll see you next week.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Kobe Garibay, offender number 227422. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent David Trahan from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Garibay, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yeah, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, I did.
All right, thank you. So, Kate, yeah, Mr. Garibay does have a pending case. It's case number 241908580 for theft, receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle as a secondary felony. Possession of drug paraphernalia is a Class B misdemeanor, and interfering with police officers is a Class B misdemeanor. Date of offense was July 18th of 2024. This case is set for a scheduling conference on October 11th of 2024. So do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we will waive formal reading of the allegations. We'll enter denials at this time, and we'd make a motion to continue for 30 days so that he can wrap up those pending charges.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garibay, I will enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called the PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for us to track this pending case. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved? Then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No.
All right. With that, we'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Ray. I'll see you next time. Jesse Mix is about to get up.
On record.
This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher Allen, offender number 243620. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Jesse Nix, and Supervisor Biden Betts from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you and Supervisor Betts, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Allen, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with, it would have been Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Vida, do you know if there's going to be any charges filed?
From the Carbon County Attorney's Office, and they're declining to prosecute the possession of dangerous weapon charge.
Okay. All right, perfect. With that, Mr. Nix, Do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we would waive reading. Mr. Allen intends to, so for count one, allegation one, because nothing's filed, he would deny. Count two, he's going to deny, but he will admit to 3, contact with the person, and 4, admit about the DV treatment. Can we move forward with admissions on 3 and 4?
All right. Agent Betts, what do you want to do with allegations 1 and 2?
We can dismiss them.
All right. Okay, Mr. Allen, Mr. Nix has indicated you'd be willing to admit allegations 3 and 4 today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to allegations 3 and 4 today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 3 and 4. Note your denials to allegations 2 and 3, and AP&P's willingness to dismiss them. Recommend the board revoke your August 15th of 2023 parole. And I will turn the time over to you, Jesse.
Thanks, Ray. Based on these admissions, I'd recommend 90 days and then another opportunity at parole. He will, if granted that opportunity, he'll start parole at the Fortitude Treatment Center. He's going to do a DV and substance abuse treatment. He's found a cheaper way to pay, and so he can get that started. He will likely live at his aunt's house, and he believes he can get his job back at the concrete company. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Betts, what's your recommendation?
However, that he didn't do DV treatment while he was out at all, and that his agreement when he paroled said that he had no contact with the victim, which was his grandmother. However, we've been able to verify that's where he spends 90% of his time. So his aunt's address probably will not be approved for parole because he is not there as he should be. So he will have to find another location. So other than that, if he wants to parole, we're Fortitude and DV treatment to start with would be great, but it will have to continue once he gets out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Allen, heard from your attorney, we've heard from AP&P. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I slipped up and my grandma was calling my aunt's house a lot and trying to get me to go there, and I slipped up and went there on her birthday, and yeah, I was doing my drug and alcohol treatment. I started that, and I was having a hard time paying for the DV treatment in price. But I did find a way through my drug and alcohol treatment, a cheaper way to do the DV treatment.
Okay. Okay, you heard what AP&P said. They're not going to approve your aunt's address, so you're going to have to come up with a different plan B.
All right, I can do that.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
I did have 2 slip-ups, sir.
Okay, what'd you use?
Methamphetamines.
You use that twice or just once?
Twice.
No gang affiliation?
No, sir.
How's your mental health?
It's fine, sir.
Ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
I used to be diagnosed with bipolar depression, but I've got that under control, sir. And
how do you have it under control?
Just talking with my therapist and stuff, and I haven't been diagnosed with it again for a while, so I don't know, like, if it cures up or anything, but
I can tell you that is not something that you cure. It's something that you treat.
well.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
It's good, sir.
So you want to go to the halfway house when you're released?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can work in concrete construction?
Yes, sir. I had a good job when I was at Fortitude, and so I'm hoping to go talk to that staffing agency again and see if I left on good terms with them, so maybe I can get my job back there.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, that's it, sir.
All right, Mr. Allen, here's what'll happen going forward. So I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
All righty.
All right. It can take the board a couple weeks to make a decision, so a little bit of patience is required or asked of you, okay? And given that you're down in Beaver County, it may take a couple days for them to get you a decision after the board makes their decision, okay?
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vida.
Thanks. Have a good one.
On record. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Elijah Harris, offender number 237118. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Jesse Nix, and Agent Dave Okonevsky from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Okonevsky, so I'll need to place you both under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Amen.
Yes. All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Harris, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with your attorney? It would have been Kate Conyers?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was a female though. You got short hair.
Yeah, it was Miss Conyers. Mr. Nix is a colleague of hers.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, man, y'all kind of like fooled me, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. No, we wouldn't do that to you. All right. So Mr. Harris does have one pending case. It's case number 241910462 for possession of a controlled substance as a Class A misdemeanor and possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor. Date of offense was July 6th of 2024, and this case is set for a scheduling conference on September 27th of 2024, so Friday. With that, Mr. Nix, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We would waive formal reading, enter denials, and ask to continue this 30 days.
Okay.
Mr. Harris, is that correct? Is that what you'd like to do?
Yes.
Great.
Okay. All right. With that, Mr. Harris, I will enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for us to track this pending case. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible, okay? You have any? Now I think your microphone died, Mr. Harris. It always happens this time of day.
Hello?
Hello, okay. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Harris?
No, I just want to state the fact that I got a court date on the 29th, so I'm gonna try to make this real properly, get pay on writing you back.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have it that it's the 27th, so it should be Friday.
All right.
Okay?
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank
We'll
you.
conclude this hearing. See you in a few.
Oh, you guys couldn't hear me. Oops. So, whenever you don't see the voice meter moving, it means that they turned it off. They turn off the audio on their end. So once the hearing starts, they'll go ahead and enable it, and you'll start seeing the voice meter moving around. I'm not sure how many cases they're gonna be listening to today, but man, this is already 5 hours in already. So they normally run till like about 4 o'clock. So hopefully we still got about an hour and a half before they cut it. So they're just relaxing.
He is. On record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Renee Calender, offender number 255219. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Jesse Nix, and Agent Russell Adams from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Adams, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Put your hands down. Mr. Calender, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Nix?
Just now.
Okay. Are you satisfied that that was ample opportunity?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, Jesse, Mr. Calender did have one pending case. It's case number 241908351 for, looks like DV aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. Assault is a Class A misdemeanor. Property damage, destruction is a Class A misdemeanor. Possession of marijuana or spice is a Class B misdemeanor. And on August 15th, 2024, this case was dismissed without prejudice. You waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We'd waive formal reading and deny allegations 1, 2, and 3. And then for count 4, if APMP is insisting on a plea on that one, Mr. Calender would plead no contest. Can we proceed just on the no contest for count 4?
Yeah, I mean, we can. Agent Adams, what do you want to do with allegations 1 through 3?
I'm good with dismissing 1 through 3.
Okay. All right, Mr. Calender, Mr. Nix has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest allegation 4 today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept this plea, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to allegation number 4, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You believe so. Do you have any questions about this?
Well, yeah, I actually do.
Okay.
Would that pleading a non-contest, would that be admitting of guilt, saying that that I didn't complete the program, or I'm unwilling to complete the program?
It just means you didn't. A no contest is similar to an admission. It just means that you didn't complete, not that you're unwilling to, that you just didn't complete.
So would that affect the, I apologize, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Would that affect the revoke and restore status? By me
No, but
pleading it
not.
out?
With a no contest plea, the board then has the authority to revoke your parole and then order a certain amount of incarceration, and then could release you back on parole again.
So I was only able to not complete the program because of these charges. So
Ray,
like
can I
I'm
yeah, go ahead.
APP moves to strike number 4 as well and release Mr. Calender immediately.
Okay.
No objection.
No objection. I figured that. I would imagine, Mr. Nix, that you would be willing to change your plea from no contest to a denial to allegation 4 as well.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, just in way of some information so that you are not necessarily taken by surprise, Mr. Calendar, even with these denials, the board can still just simply note the pleas and ask for an evidentiary hearing. And whether that happens or not, I don't know. However, that is within the board's authority, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so with that, how's your, I just got some quick questions for you, Mr. Calendar. It looks like you tested positive for marijuana or THC on this parole. Is that correct?
I have a medical marijuana card if it's
Okay. Okay, that answers that question. How's your mental health?
My anxiety is really bad, but otherwise that is okay.
Do you take medications for that?
Marijuana?
Okay. You ever been diagnosed with any other mental health issues?
No, sir.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Okay, for the most part. I got 2 torn rotator cuffs and my lower back I got limnosis. I always thought it was scoliosis my whole life, but until I found out it was limnosis.
Okay. Where do you plan on living, Mr. Calendar?
I submitted an address on the Board of Pardons on there.
On the
I don't have
corrections
the address.
website?
Huh?
On the corrections website?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what city is that in?
Salt Lake.
Okay. Who else is going to be living there?
Diasha Trigo's brother.
Okay. Is that a friend of yours?
Yes, only friend here.
Okay. All right, okay.
And I plan on finishing parole and going back home to New York.
To New York.
Where I'm originally a resident.
You have any employment lined up, or you plan on going back to your old employer?
I am going to work with Diasha's father doing curbing until the weather is out, and doing DoorDash is what I have been doing mainly.
Okay. All right. Okay, with that, Mr. Calendar, here's my advice to you, is even if the board accepts these denials and dismisses these allegations, and even though the case was dismissed, it was dismissed without prejudice, so that does not prevent charges from being filed again. Okay?
Okay.
Just be aware of that. The board's decision has no impact on a court decision, okay?
Okay.
Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
Before this incident, I was on the track for early release. Before this incident, my parole, as Mr. Adams could say, has been immaculate. I've been on the right track. This was just me trying to help someone who was in a similar situation as I was, being stranded and stuck in another state. I'm hoping this could be a better reflection on my character and not be held against me as like I'm just some woman beater or.
Right. All right. Okay, Mr. Calendar, you know what you need to do then, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you need to do to get off parole?
Continue to doing what I was doing right before.
And one big one.
And staying out of trouble.
One big one.
Stay away from
Complete
drugs.
treatment, man.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. That's
the big one, right?
Yes, sir. I'm actually, I already have spoke to the ACES Treatment Center and they said I can resume where I left off as soon as I get out.
Okay. All right, Mr. Calendar, with that, here's what'll happen going forward is I will type up my report and I will submit it to the board first thing in the morning if I haven't submitted it tonight. Okay? Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adams.
See you soon, Calendar.
Mhm.
Hello. So it's me, James. I just came over here and jumped on the mic because they're lollygagging over there. Like, what's happening? Come on, like, oh, there it is. Here, it's about time. Let me see right here. And put it'd be funny if they came into the chat and told us. Stitch, still mind blowing about the guy that we're going to deny. Oh yeah, I for sure thought they were gonna let him go. There was no way in hell I thought they were gonna let him go. They were gonna approve him or find him suitable. I didn't see that one coming, but I don't know if it was just me, but it felt like everybody they were basing their decision on whatever that board member was saying. Because at first when she started talking, she made it seem like she was gonna deny him, like she wasn't gonna find him suitable. But as soon as that male board member started speaking, they switched it up and they found him suitable. That's crazy. That's it's hey, how's it going, Stitch? Yeah, so man, yeah, that one was definitely a head scratcher. I didn't see that one coming, but it just goes to show, the mentality behind, who they find suitable and who they don't. For me personally, I would have preferred to I would have denied him, and I would have let the last guy go, the youngster. Because at least he's not over there messing around with or getting himself caught up in some weird situations that he has no business in doing. But that's just my thought on it. I'm sure there's people that prefer none of them to go out. But if I had to choose, I would have chose the other dude. Stitch right, he'll still be in there if it was up to me. Yup. Maybe we could get something going where we're able to decide the fate of everybody that comes on. All right, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna step away right now. I'll be on the chat, but I'll be back shortly. It looks like they might be starting soon, so it shouldn't be much longer before they start.
On record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Kendall Smith, offender number 196246. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Jesse Nix, on video. Can you see him?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Smith, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, it wasn't a blue packet like I have gotten in the past.
Okay, what was it?
They were blue papers disclosing the allegations, but like I still have pending charges that have not been resolved, and
right. So okay, my guess is you got your disclosure packet. It had everything that has not been disclosed since your last hearing. So it might not have been very much other than just the warrant request and a few other things, okay?
Right, yes.
Okay, all right. Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right.
It
so-
wasn't this man here.
No, it would have been Kate Conyers. Miss Conyers and Mr. Nix are colleagues, and so he's covering for her this afternoon.
Okay.
All right, okay. Let's see here. All right, so as you noted, there is a pending case number 241402306 for assault as a third-degree felony. And then 2 counts of assault by a prisoner, both third-degree felonies. 1 count for interfering with peace officers, Class B misdemeanor. Date of offense was July 10th, 2024. This case is set for a preliminary hearing on October 28th of 2024. So, Mr. Nix, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas? I can't hear you, Jesse. Nope.
Ray, can you hear me now?
All right, now we can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks for everyone's patience. For Mr. Smith, I didn't have these new allegations. And so if it's all right with you, Mr. Smith, my recommendation, because you have pending criminal charges with the preliminary hearing already scheduled, is to enter denials to everything today and then schedule another of these hearings until after that preliminary hearing. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
Okay. Then that would be our request, Ray.
All right, so with that, Mr. Smith, I will enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing, it's just a way for us to track these pending charges. Now, you will be the first person to know once these charges are resolved. So once they are resolved, please write a letter to the board, letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, do you have any questions for me, Mr. Smith?
What's maybe a ballpark, a relative amount of time after I write the board, after I have them resolved? How long will it take to get in front of you again?
Usually about 45 to 60 days.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll conclude this hearing. is set for a parole violation hearing for Kurt Smith, offender number 45063. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Jesse Nix, and Agent Stephen Baker from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. And for the record, Agent Baker was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Smith, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
Yes, I spoke with a woman named Kate, I believe her name was.
Okay, yes. Kate and Jesse are colleagues, and so he's covering for her this afternoon.
Okay.
All right. So, Jesse, it looks like APMP has 3 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We'll waive formal reading, and Mr. Smith will admit to the 3 allegations that he failed to report about the allegation about residence and about absconding.
All right, thank you. Mr. Smith, Mr. Nix has indicated you'd be willing to admit to these allegations today. Is this correct?
It is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept your admissions to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your March 28th of 2023 parole. I'll turn the time over to you, Jesse.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is, well, I'm recommending 90 days and then another parole opportunity. The last time Mr. Smith was on parole, he was out for 6 months. So he knows that he can do this. While he was out, a lot of things happened to him that he'll likely explain. But just briefly, he had a stroke 2 weeks out, which he still doesn't know the reason of what happened. He got into First Step House and was diagnosed with fibromyalgia and a double hernia. Then he was in a car accident, and then which necessitates shoulder and knee surgery. And then to top it off, he was bitten by a dog. So a lot of things happened to Mr. Smith. But despite all these issues, he was doing pretty okay. Well, I say that the reason I say that is because he was going to he graduated First Step House and then he was going to do IOP. Through these recent health issues, they have humbled him. He's trying to stay positive. So he'd like to be proactive on his exit strategy. He is in contact with First Step House. He'd like to get into IOP and then Medina Section 8 housing. And so we'd ask for 90 days and then another parole. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Agent Baker, what's your recommendation?
I would like to a little bit more detail of where he was at for the 235 days he absconded before I make the recommendation, if that's okay.
All right. Okay, Mr. Smith, where were you while you were a fugitive?
I was downtown Salt Lake at an old address of mine, where I was once on parole. Here's what happened. I completed First Step. It's about 90 days. I was gonna I was gonna originally follow through, complete the program, then you go into IOP, and then there's a program they have where I could be grandfathered into the Medina apartments downtown. During that period, I met an old landlord of mine who owns sober homes, and I made a decision to go manage one of her sober homes. That proved real quickly not to be the right thing for me. Also, I ran into my son towards the end of this, going up to one of the hospital visits. He was strung out on drugs. I helped convince him to go to medical detox, and First Step was going to bring him in. The day that I would graduate at First Step, they were bringing him into First Step, and he chose not to go. He started coming over to the sober house where I was at. I took him back downtown to an old address where I lived, and it's a toxic address for me. Agent Baker understands and knows this. I had no business going back down there, and I used, and the avalanche started. The whole time I've been out there, I was down on First and Fourth at the property where I was once on parole with Agent Baker. I tried to get back into First Step, and they were going to bring me back on that particular day. The way it worked out, they said, you got about 3 more weeks till we can get you in. They called me the next day and had me come down, and they wanted me in right then. They let me leave basically they let me leave, and I was like 2 hours late getting back there because I had to secure the property where I lived, and they was not able to. They told me I couldn't come back. I'd have to wait 9 months. To be honest with you, sir, and Mr. Baker, this has been the most humbling periods of my life. I put myself in a position, used drugs, started using meth again. When I cleaned myself off of it, I'm now, on the run. I can't go to my medical visits. The time I was out there was just terrible. I've got these medical things going on. I couldn't deal with it. I'm trying to fix it, but I'm trying to fix it in all the wrong ways. What I should have done, sir, is called Officer Baker. Officer Baker has never, since I met him, done anything but been straightforward and upfront with me. He's never came at me sideways. I understand that today. There's 3 big things. There's some positive that has came out of this for me. There's 3 things that I have learned. First being, I can never use meth again. The revolving door for me coming in out of prison are because of methamphetamines. I can never use meth again. It doesn't give me the desired effect, and it is the reason for my revolving door in prison. Number 2, when I left First Step early, just complete it and leave, that was not the answer for me. For me, at my stage, I need to remain part of that community. I should have followed it all the way through from residential into IOP, then into their sober living, waited the time, and then I would be grandfathered into First Step's Medina apartments. I chose a different route, which is not right for me. What I would like to do is I would like to go back, complete the program again, go into their inpatient, go into their sober living, and then be grandfathered in the Medina apartments. I need to surround myself with new people, a new way of life, and the best way for me to do this is, I believe, staying entrenched in the community there at First Step. I believe if I do this, that I will find positive purpose for myself the rest of my life, and I will be able to mentor some others along the way. That something that the staff at First Step, they pointed out to me. They told me that I can sway the group, and I should remain there. I would like the opportunity. I ask you, please give me the opportunity to go back to First Step and follow this through the right way. I'll pick up. I know the things that I did that weren't right. I know what's wrong. I'll readjust, pick up, and move forward with my life.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Agent Baker.
All right. My recommendation is going to be another 30 days and a 0 tolerance with residential and IOP. If he goes to First Step House and he does not complete it in any way, shape, or form, it'll be an instant warrant. We've been playing this game back and forth for too long now. It's time to do it.
I agree.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense and it sounds reasonable. All right, Mr. Smith, how often were you using meth while you were a fugitive?
On and off through the entire the entire time. I cleaned up to go back into First Step, and when I couldn't get back in there, I started using again. Then I cleaned up once again and was gonna get into a different program, and the bottom fell out through that. And, you know, the toxic place I lived, it was on and off.
Okay.
The med it's not for me anymore, it's not for me, and I know that.
How's your mental health?
I'm stable. I do have problems with post-traumatic. I was working with my therapist there at First Step, and we was addressing that. And I just left the place too early, sir. I wasn't ready.
Do you take any medications?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health right now? We listed a whole litany of ailments, and I read the letter that you wrote. So how are you doing physically right now?
You know, God bless me to be a strong man. I'm a really strong man, but I can hardly walk. I can hardly lift my arms above shoulder height. I believe, I'm not 100% sure, because I just started learning about the fibromyalgia, and we're deciphering all these different problems that I had.
Right.
But I do good to move around and whatnot. That's another reason I believe First Step will be great for me again, because I can go there, get back involved with the medical, and discover just exactly where this is going to lead me to, if I'm going to be able to work again, or if I'm going to have to get on Social Security disability and whatnot.
Okay.
But yeah, I live in great pain. I need a knee surgery, a shoulder surgery, and I have hernia mesh in me that's failing.
Right.
And I have a double hernia.
I mean, I read your letter, and honestly, it sounded like a really bad comedy drama, right? About everything that could go wrong on this parole went wrong.
Yeah, it did.
So, okay.
At the end of it, it was crazy. I got bit by a dog on the walk to the LDS hospital to go to a doctor visit.
Okay. And then you answered the one question that I had was in your letter. You wrote that you made bad choices out of love for your son, but you answered that. Okay. You plan on going to First Step House?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you heard Agent Baker's request that if you don't complete treatment this time, it's just another warrant, right?
So I actually like Agent Baker's request, because that keeps me in mind, because I cannot come in and out of these places anymore. And hearing that from Agent Baker, because he has been so good to me, lets me know exactly where I stand, and I need that.
Okay, good. All right. Do you have anything else you'd like the board to know?
I thank you for everything. I'm very humbled today, and I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith, here's what'll happen going forward. Is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail.
Okay.
If you have friends or family. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have one thing. Being in contact with First Step, they've agreed to take me back. What they're asking of me is that I get a recommendation from you guys.
Okay, here's what happens is, because I don't know what the board's going to decide, right? It's ultimately up to them.
Yes.
I cannot give you an accurate recommendation. Here's what I can tell you, and First Step House should be aware of this, is that once the board makes a decision, it will be at least 30 days before you are released, okay? The board does that intentionally so that you can be in contact with First Step, so that you can work with APMP and your case manager there at the Tooele County Jail, to make sure that they have a bed available for you when you are released.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Smith?
No, sir.
All right. We'll conclude this hearing then. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Stephen. Set for a parole violation hearing for Martin Romero, offender number 236716. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Jesse Nix, and Agent Dave Okoniewski from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Romero, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
Yes, I did.
All right. So it looks like Mr. Romero does have actually two pending cases. The first one is case number 2419099232 for violation of a sentencing continuous protective order as a third-degree felony. Date of offense was July 12th, 2024. And this case is set for an initial appearance on September 26th of 2024. And then the second case was 241401 or 04916 for theft of services as a Class B misdemeanor. I just note that a case has been filed, but no date has been set for that yet. And it's not related to any of the allegations. So with that, Mr. Nix, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
We'll waive formal reading. And Mr. Romero, when I spoke with Ms. Conyers, who you spoke with on Monday, we had an idea of the 3 allegations, but it sounds like there's some cases that have been filed. So my recommendation is to deny all the allegations today, reschedule today's hearing until after your other criminal cases have been resolved. Do you have any questions for me about that?
No.
Okay.
Jesse,
So Ray,
you
you would enter denials. Probably, Mr. Romero, do you want to come back in 60 or 90 days? I'll leave it to you. Knowing that your criminal cases may not be resolved in 60 days. So it may be better to do 90, but I'll leave it to you. Which would you like me to ask for?
60 BR, because you said I have court on September 26th, you said?
Yeah, but it's just an initial appearance, so nothing will be accomplished at that hearing.
All right. I guess 60 days would be fine.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
let's try 60 days.
All right, Mr. Romero, I will enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for us to track this pending case. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right. Any questions for me, sir?
No.
All right. With that, we will conclude this hearing.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, sir.
Jesse, always a pleasure, man. We should do this again sometime soon.
All right, guys. That's it. They shut it down for the day. I really appreciate you guys, for hanging out with us for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. Normally, I try to get up at I try to normally start streaming at about 6 a.m. Till the whatever hearings are over. But today was obviously it was a long day. It's 3:28 local time for me, so they've been streaming all day. This stream's been going on for over 6 hours so far. Anyhow, hey, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the comments. I appreciate the new subscribers, the old subscribers, everybody. Like I say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we are out. A rato.